You got in-game Twizzlers, which now you know why I'm pre-diabetic.
Yeah. Well, there was a time in life we'd have sunflower seeds, Big League Chew, and then when we got old enough, we'd even throw dip in there. We'd go for the big three. Call that one the triple dipper.
Real quick, that's also a different thing. That's it's on Urban Dictionary.
Is that what is it? What do you call it? The turkey twist? The Turkish twist?
The Turkish twist.
Pay extra for that one.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are live from the Hairy Buffalo in Lakewood. Big show. It's an F-off Friday. It's a football Friday. Not for you, Cleveland Browns. It's pretty nice for you Cleveland Browns fans. You don't have to worry about them this weekend, but we got a huge show for you today. It's also Halloween. Be careful out there. Be safe out there. If the kids are trick-or-treating today, if you're an adult trick-or-treating, have another drink. However, we've got a great show for you guys for the next 5 hours. We've got Jax Gregory back on the board.
Yes.
We've got Mac Robinson helping engineer. Here at the Hairy Buffalo in Lakewood, we got Jake Murrin back on the producing duties, and of course on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and with a, I would say, B- pronunciation of Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Mackenzie Flume Dog Millionaire in the 2020s. But hi, JP, how you doing?
A B- pronunciation?
Yeah, it could be worse.
It could be better.
Yeah, prime Nick Wilson as a 2020 anchor would have been like a D- Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Have you seen the song that the one guy? So there's a lot of really bad songs attached to teams, like that one guy that does the Colts song every single week.
Oh yeah.
There's the guy that does the Yamamoto song that has gone only viral in my mind for the past 24 hours.
Well, you've definitely filled my break.
So I wanted to put it in quick hits, but then I was like, I don't know how that's going to be perceived. I don't know how that one's going to go. I'll play it for you in between the break. Maybe we can have Jax put it in the system, but it's been in my mind the entire time. I'm not singing for you. I don't sing.
That's fair.
But it's delightful in so many ways. Maybe I'll just play that for Mackenzie.
I'm ready for that to hear. Yeah. I'm ready to hear that. Now, it should be noted, if you're watching us on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, I did not dress up today. You did not dress up today. This is I've already been attacked by my guy Matt Thomas, who was like, you should be the guy that does this. And normally I actually would be into it.
Oh, you mean dressed up for Halloween?
Yes. Now that we're on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, I would totally be into it.
We're in front of a bunch of televisions that have basically every sports personality in the world dressed up for Halloween as well.
So that's definitely one. Can I just claim this though?
Yeah.
Halloween snuck up on me.
Okay.
This my kids celebrated Halloween by trick-or-treating this last weekend. Then it falls on a football Friday and an F-off Friday. I'm just a little caught off guard.
Are you saying in the future you'd like to dress up? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, yeah.
I would have done it if you told me that that's what we were all doing.
I made a last-ditch effort to the Halloween store today. And I will tell you,
you were in a sneak attack Halloween costume, man?
It wasn't going to be a Halloween costume, but I was trying to find a mask that could fit over the top of my dome.
Okay,
but clear the way for my mouth so it didn't obstruct me talking.
You went to the store and didn't even get one.
I know. There was one that could have made it, and it was Wolverine from Deadpool versus Wolverine.
Okay,
and then I put it on and I looked in the mirror and I was like, this is Fat Wolverine.
Well, and
all anyone's going to see is Fat Wolverine. And I'll be honest with you, Hugh Jackson made Wolverine look damn good at like 55.
Yeah, okay.
I was not just going to be... It really did just look like if you put like 150 pounds on Hugh Jackman and took away like 20% of his muscles.
I'm thinking of the meme of Wolverine just sitting there and looking longingly sitting on the bed. But
I'd be looking at Twinkies.
The problem though is a mask doing a radio show, never great.
Yeah. Well, this one had
like you have to talk still.
Well, no, that's why it was just covered to your nose.
Okay, that's better.
So my mouth would be clear, but it also had like the webbing over the eyes, which kind of skeeved me out.
So you want to know the big hang up I've always had with dressing up or doing anything that's kind of a little, I'm not even called wacky, just kind of celebrating the day.
Is it that everybody else does it?
Not that.
That's a fair point.
That is part of it, but not that. No. What do you do? Like if you dressed up as like Ken did today, where you have the clown makeup on and everything like that, what happens if a tragic event happens?
Oh my God, that'd make it so much funnier.
But that's all I think of is like, I can't be the person as a tragedy. I'm not even talking like sports breaking news, because whatever, who cares if in 10 years from now a big breaking news moment happens and you're dressed up as a clown. I'm talking like actual tragedy. And probably around the sports world, something we would cover happens. Something devastating happens, and then you have to deliver that news dressed as a clown. That to me is the part that I never really understood how you could just do.
Breaking news out of Wadsworth: the Hot Air Balloon Festival has gone tragically wrong here on Halloween, and I'd like to apologize to the families of the victims.
You got a good news voice.
I'm not laughing. It's just the way I drew my face up.
Yeah,
I am Fat Joker.
I'm just dressed up as a clown. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do here.
That was another one. I thought about like doing the Joker thing. I would have had to plan this out like a week in advance.
That would have been actually really funny if you tried to do the Joker after Ken had done the Joker.
Oh wait, he did when?
That was the Joker, right?
No, I thought it was just a clown. I thought it was Ken Wayne Gacy.
Okay. The way that it had the makeup on, I just kind of assumed that was him being the Joker, because he did it where it kind of smeared all the way across.
Oh no, I did not take that as a Joker
that was
look.
Just a bad makeup job, is what that was.
No, I think it was an intentional. I actually thought Ken looked great today. I think
like
he was
his face
a clown.
was melting.
Throughout
half the show.
Well, isn't that half the clowns out there?
I guess so.
You put that grease paint on.
Hey, listen, I like the attempt. I just don't know what would have happened if something tragic had gone and taken place. Then would Wyma just had to have done it?
Well, I mean, he was dressed as the running man.
Yeah,
he was dressed as
Jason
Sudeikis.
I heard them talking about it, but I saw the video before I heard them talking about their costumes, and I just thought Lima didn't play along.
Oh my gosh!
I just thought
that's how Lima dresses on the weekend.
That's an Italian in a jumpsuit. Tell me what's the problem here. I don't know what's wrong here.
That's pretty strong there. That's a pretty good point out of you. But all right, I think next year let's all make a pact, because I would have loved to. I just didn't plan very well at all. What, Mac? We can't hear you. Mac, microphones.
Mac forgot that this was a two-person show.
What was that?
Good
Lord.
There we go.
You're the engineer, by the way, just so you know. You should know how this works.
You guys sound good, not me.
One more.
No, but I went up. I dressed up this year.
No, what?
Steve from American Dad.
Mac, we're trying to have a show here.
Thanks,
and that was
thanks,
just,
Jax. I appreciate it.
You can't. No. Screw you.
Well, I mean,
with love and respect, screw you. You can't bleep the bed on a joke like that, where we waited for you to tell your joke.
It's not a joke. I actually went as Steve from American Dad.
Well, okay, I thought you meant like right now. I am.
No, he's basically doing what Lima did this morning, where he's like, I just dress how I always dress, and that's my Halloween costume, and I'll come up with a character that kind of looks like me, and that is what it is.
All right. Enough out of you. Enough. Turn your microphone down. Damn it. But we've got a big Friday show for you guys.
That was KT Levinston production out of you there.
Just brought the whole damn thing to a screeching halt. We really were cooking with gas there, too.
We were vibing. It's fun to be out and about. The bar's not quite open yet. It'll be open shortly. But some of the advances, obviously I just don't go to as many bars as I used to. I didn't know you could buy dip. As if, you always have the cigarette stations, right? And the cigarette station's just right there. You could buy cigarettes. Then they took those away, and now you can just say there's a whole section over there where you can just buy whatever dip you want. It's incredible.
You know what I love about this?
Absolutely incredible.
You can get a drink here, you can get dip, and next door there's a dispensary.
Well, there's also
you can really hit a few vices right in a row.
Tattoo place right there, too, right next door.
Oh, man. You can just work your way over.
They were doing sales because of Halloween, and I was like, who waits to get a sale and a discount on your tattoo? Is that a thing?
Probably the guy.
They're expensive. I mean, you might as well wait.
Probably the guy who waited to Halloween to go see if there were any outfits that would fit him.
Maybe last minute.
That would make sense. Maybe somebody like me. Well, but again, with a bar and then a dispensary right next to each other, it can literally be any of you. But we did have the Kevin Stefanski show yesterday, and it was interesting. He made some comments. He was asked kind of about the passing game, and we're actually going to play the first bit of sound here, which is what he likes from Dylan Gabriel so far.
Big picture, young quarterbacks are going to have, struggles at times in a game, could be a quarter, whatever it is. And obviously you hope with these young guys that they're all continuing to get better. And I know the quarterback position gets magnified in that discussion as well. But you're trying to just stack days, you're trying to stack games on top of each other. And I think there's been some really good moments. I think there's things that we can do better around him. And again, I put that on me and the coaches and certainly his teammates, where we can support him. And then when it's there, we got to trust that he'll let it rip, and we'll come away with that play that we're just not making at this moment in that game to flip the game.
So I would say if you're going to talk about his play, you should probably say more than, yes, there are some things that we like about what he's done, because the most telling part of all of this is, when those moments arrive, he's got to let it rip.
Yeah, and we have not seen him let it rip, and clearly this is Stefanski being frustrated. I wondered at what point we would start to see Kevin Stefanski almost turn on Dillon Gabriel. That seems like that might have been the first crack of that discussion, though, Nick, because that was a I'm doing my job well, Dillon's not doing his.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there was even more. He was talking. It is another part of Kevin Stefanski from the coaches show yesterday, talking about how to get more vertical in the passing game.
As we do this week and during the bye week, you watch all these plays together, and you're kicking yourself because it's one thing here and then it's one thing there where it's just stopping you from hitting those shots. They're there; they will continue to be there, but we have to do our job. Again, it's not a player thing; it's an all of us thing. We have to do our job in terms of making sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be, and then we can start to hit these shots.
All right, so Kevin Stefanski's never going to come out and be like, guys, Dillon Gabriel, booty cheeks, I have made an alarming mistake. He gave you breadcrumbs, though. Yeah. And I think if you go with he's got to let it rip, and then you compare it to the plays are there, Kevin might be saying, well, it's 11 out of 11, right? It's on the coaches, too. He's clearly saying how to get more vertical is Dillon Gabriel letting it rip and making plays.
Yeah, the plays are there is the biggest sign that Stefanski is blaming Dillon Gabriel for all of this and taking no responsibility for himself in this, which maybe, I don't know, maybe at some point we need to talk about the lack of accountability attached to a smart, tough, accountable man like Kevin Stefanski in this conversation, but he clearly wants to let everyone know that he is scheming and doing his job while Dillon Gabriel's not doing his.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point it's obvious, right? Like, you remember the issues I had with the Miami game where the plays were there to be made. He either didn't see them or wasn't comfortable taking a wide-open shot. And like Quinshon Judkins, 5 yards from the end zone or 10 yards from the end zone.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, I definitely have talked to enough people who heard this who felt like Kevin Stefanski bus-tossed Dillon Gabriel. I actually give Kevin Stefanski credit for just not lying to your face anymore.
Well, I mean, he's at the part of his job and the idea here with the Browns where he needs to make sure that he wins a lot more of these press conferences than he doesn't, and he's got to make sure everyone knows that he can still do this job at a high level because this is quarterback 12. We're on an insanely high number of quarterbacks, and I've never heard him speak this way about a quarterback. Now, do you think Joe Flacco was missing guys deep? Because I'd argue that Joe Flacco wasn't really given a chance to throw the ball deep. So that's where this kind of is a little interesting.
Flacco was just missing him on the intermediate.
Yeah, well, but then also, like, if you did such a great job of scheming people open and you had all these deep shots, why didn't you let Flacco then take the deep shots? Because he went to Cincinnati and then instantly started throwing the ball deep.
Where I think it matters is I don't think Kevin's wrong. I think there are guys open. And in fairness, I think there were guys open with Joe Flacco. I just think I really do think Dillon's holding himself back. Now, the other question is, do you really want Dillon Gabriel, after what we saw this last week, to rip it and grip it?
Yeah, because the one time he did, he just threw it right into the defender's hands.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We want to hear from you guys today. Of course, we're on YouTube all show long. Check us out there. We'll get the phone lines up and running here, but when you hear what Kevin Stefanski just had to say, and we're going to play it again when we come back, is Kevin Stefanski starting to turn on Dillon Gabriel? I think he might just be being honest and not lying about what we're all clearly seeing. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Chris Fedor coming up at 4:20. We've got Daryl Ryder coming up at 6. Is Kevin Stefanski starting to turn on Dillon Gabriel and Dillon Gabriel's side of the aisle in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Ryan Radke here from Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. NFC East meets NFC West this week when the Commanders host the Seahawks. Sam Darnold and Seattle are feeling good right now at 5-2 with back-to-back wins and coming off their bye week. Now they face an injury-riddled Washington squad desperate to break a 3-game skid. Join Mike Golick and me for all the action. Seahawks at the Commanders on Sunday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As we do this week and during the bye week, you watch all these plays together, and you're kicking yourself because it's one thing here and then it's one thing there where it's just stopping you from hitting those shots. They're there; they will continue to be there, but we have to do our job. Again, it's not a player thing; it's an all of us thing. We have to do our job in terms of making sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be, and then we can start to hit these shots.
Kevin Stefanski on the Kevin Stefanski Show yesterday. Listen, it's an all-of-us thing, but yeah, Dylan Gabriel better hit those throws down the field, I think would be the synopsis of some of Kevin's answers from the Coach's Show, or from the Kevin Stefanski Show yesterday. Two things on Halloween. One, Byron on the YouTube channel, 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, chat, said, I should have dressed up as Chewbacca. Such a fail. I would make an incredible Chewbacca. But the problem, the problem would be the mask. That'd be the biggest problem.
You couldn't talk during the mask.
Or I would just have to do like the Teen Wolf. I'd maybe trim my beard and just glue it on my face.
There's a lot of different ways you could have gone. I have no recommendations for you though, because I think anyone that I think the chat or myself does, it's just going to be insulting, is it not?
Well, no, but here's the thing with Chewbacca. Like with Wolverine, I'd be Fat Wolverine.
Yeah.
All right. With Fat Iron Man, Fat Batman. Chewbacca is just a large individual.
Yeah.
So unless I went as like a large individual or just Chewbacca, I think it might be the one thing where it's not like they're gonna be like, oh, it's Fat Chewbacca. It's just gonna be Chewbacca.
Yeah.
He's an immense Wookiee.
Yeah. No, it works. You have logic here. I see your logic.
See. Thank you, Byron. Next year, I want to be Chewbacca. It's going to take about 12 months for them to stitch together a costume that will fit me, but we'll do it. And then Corey with a K on Twitter, at J. Peterlin, at Nick Wilson says, your fear of dressing up and then having to announce some serious tragedy reminded us of Al Roker with Mr. Peanut behind him on 9/11.
You can't escape that.
In fairness, that happens once at like that level of tragedies, like once every 25 years.
I didn't want to say what level of tragedy because I don't want to be like this is a tragedy and this isn't a tragedy, but you do get the point, do you not?
Well, but if it's a localized or regional tragedy, if it's an American tragedy, you'll become a meme.
I mean, really anything. Just imagine now you want me to bring tragedies into the table here, and I'm not going to do that.
We're not comparing tragedies. I'm just simply pointing out
tragedies are tragedies. But there are sports tragedies as well, though. That imagine,
think of one. Just name one.
I was thinking of Kobe Bryant dying.
Oof. Okay.
Imagine having the clown suit on.
I was baiting you.
While
but you did it.
Kobe Bryant, you just get the news that Kobe Bryant had passed away. Tragic accident, about as tragic as it gets, and you have to be like, I'm dressed as a clown. Let me tell you about this news, everybody.
Okay, that's the downside that day.
Ooh, brutal.
The positive would be 5 years later, that's a funny story.
No, thank you. I don't think it ever gets funny. I don't know.
Oh, it's funny. It's by the way, it's funny in the moment. It's just you can't acknowledge the funny.
Everybody that isn't you is the problem in the scenario.
That makes it even funnier.
Everybody that isn't. When people think of you, you'd be the guy dressed as a clown delivering Kobe Bryant tragedy news. The same way for some people, I guess that's the Al Roker Mr. Peanut guy.
By the way, brand recognition. All I heard in what you said was brand recognition.
Yeah. All right.
Now, Kevin Stefanski in this way, and I actually commend him being honest about this, because I think frustrating...
He's honest, but he's also honest in putting blame to somebody else that isn't Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look at him as blame shifting, because he goes out of his way to try and cover it by saying, we all have to do better. And then Dylan's got to rip it and grip it.
So that sounds like the eraser phrase of the whole entire thing, that we all have to be better. And then he clearly points the blame at Dylan and suggests that Dylan needs to be throwing the ball down the field, which, by the way, not a bad suggestion when your ADOT is the lowest of any quarterback in the NFL. And if you just have two eyes, you can see he doesn't throw the ball more than 5 yards.
I think the problem with all of this is I don't look at his bus tossing because it's just so true. Like honestly, if the clips we had played from the Kevin Stefanski show yesterday were there's nothing this kid can do better. I mean, he's a young quarterback, and you can always do better, but it's everything around him. It just wouldn't be commensurate with logic.
Listen, I don't hate the honesty. In fact, this is probably one of the first times in years we've been able to look at Stefanski and say, wait a second, he's actually telling us the truth when he's talking, and he's giving us something of substance. So there's no part of me that hates that he's doing this, but I do find it interesting. For years, we've not heard him go down this road, use any of these tactics. He's always been a, we have to be better guy, we have to be better, we have to be better. And now, that was not we have to be better. That was Dylan, you have to be better.
Yeah, well, no, he does say we have to be better, and then Dylan just has to make the plays down the field.
It was Dylan has to be better.
Yeah.
There's no one else can be in charge of making Dylan Gabriel throw the ball down the field when as he said in the clip, he's scheming guys wide open down the field.
But the window dressing is important. The window dressing is him trying to still give the benefit of the doubt to, well, he's a young guy. We got a lot going on around him. And listen, by the way, it is mostly Dylan Gabriel. I'll just be very honest. When I watch it, the plays being left on the field, it's mostly Dylan Gabriel in his style of play or his lack of comfort delivering the ball down the field, which, by the way, is not just because he's a young rookie quarterback. This is who he is. He is a check down Charlie. That is where he is comfortable in. And that's part of his ability to make a decision really quickly is how quickly can I dump the ball off. But it's not just Dylan Gabriel.
No.
Like Dylan Gabriel, we talked about this yesterday, if you had a Jamar Chase across from Dylan Gabriel, I bet you maybe he'd be 5% more comfortable throwing the ball beyond 5 yards.
There's a lot of people that are supposed to be held to blame for how this season has gone and for Dylan Gabriel not having success in the football field. But do you think he's too gun-shy at this point? Dylan is now his head coach has challenged him to throw the ball down the field. The only time we've seen him do it ended in an interception. Did not end well for him. Do you think he's gun-shy now moving forward, or is this the type of thing where, hey, I got thrown in the deep end of the pool, and if I don't even attempt to swim, I'm definitely drowning?
Yeah, I mean, I think from the Browns' standpoint, you're kind of in a no-win situation because you want to encourage Dylan to rip it and grip it, but you also saw him try to rip it and grip it, and it finally led to turnovers this last weekend. So, like, there's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And from Dylan's side, like, you're hearing, hey, man, if you see a guy 15 yards down the field, just throw it. Well, they're also probably saying, hey, you see those 2 turnovers? Those can't happen again.
I know. And you see how you can play with his head. Like, mentally, he's got to be fried thinking about what to do in some of these games. He's going to see the opportunities. He's going to this clip will be in the back of his mind. He's like, I got to take chances. But if the first chance he takes gets picked off again, he's going to go to the sidelines and be like, I don't know what you wanted from me, Kevin, but he's got to take that chance anyway.
I mean,
I can't stress it enough. He's got to take the chance.
This does pave the way for an excuse to do a soft benching of Dylan Gabriel, right? When you're talking about things like he's just got to rip it and grip it, or he's putting too much pressure on himself. You can move away from a young quarterback for a short amount of time under that circumstance without him losing the job.
And suggesting like he'll be fine, he can come back in a few weeks, and then, oh yeah, we watched him grow so much in that 3 weeks.
So I don't think Kevin is starting to turn on Gabriel. But do I think that I'm starting to see, like when Kevin's saying this is as damning as Kevin's ever going to be about a quarterback that he himself drafted, right? He himself has cultivated and wanted to put in this position. So that being said, I do think Kevin is starting to plan for that off-road adventure with Dylan Gabriel, whether it's to Shedeur or Deshaun Watson or Bailey Zappi or some other guy that is probably not going to do a damn thing. I don't know, but you can at least see that path. This path did not feel reasonable. What did we say yesterday? It's funny, like we were talking kind of similarly about this, which is, one half of the dynamic is when it comes to Shedeur, you have to start hearing them talk Shedeur up.
Yeah.
Right? Shedeur's looking great in practice. Shedeur's taking advantage of every rep that we do give him. Mm-hmm. You've started to hear that, by the way.
Yeah.
But the other thing was you need to hear, hey, the plays are there. Right? Dylan needs to go ahead and make these plays when they're there while also not turning the ball over. Well, we have heard that from Kevin Stefanski, including last night, but certainly on Monday and Sunday as well.
Yeah, I think this was important that Stefanski's putting this out there. I do think this shows, for the people that suggested that Dylan's going to have this extremely long leash, this would suggest otherwise. And it's just something we haven't heard from Kevin in a really long time, him talk about a quarterback this way. I think it's very important.
Now, I think the reason it matters is you're doing this going into the bye. I would see no real reason to change your tune on this one. So I think we're officially at a point where if Dylan looks as bad as he did on Sunday in a game that went from incredibly winnable to incredibly unwinnable blowout within about 9 minutes of clock time solely because of the quarterback, I think we have to start putting in the idea that maybe it's time, maybe it's possible in the right set of circumstances that Fedor sees the field mid-game as early as this Jets game if he doesn't rise, if Dylan can't rise to the occasion of playing an awful defense.
Yeah, I mean, halftime has to be on the table. It has to be. You can't look as bad as Dylan has looked. And if they're threatening to go down the field in a very winnable game against the Jets, I mean, it's extremely winnable. If they're threatening... but you just keep seeing Dylan try to throw the ball down the field and not be able to, then I think you have to go to Fedor.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. The Jets game should set, in the same way that the Patriots game, where that was one of the worst passing defenses in the NFL, that set up for opportunities for Dylan Gabriel to make plays. Mm-hmm. And he did not. He made negative plays. This Jets team this is a team that has one win, that in all their other games, people have been able to score on them left and right. I know they've got Quinnen Williams. I know they have some talent, but this is a defense that has massively regressed year one of Aaron Glenn. I almost feel like if you cannot make it happen in this game, I don't know what you're doing if you continue to go out there and throw especially with Baltimore coming up a week after, where Baltimore looked like finally the old Baltimore last night.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the Patriots game was just eye-opening for Stefanski in ways that it was for a lot of the fans that are watching as well, because they're just so bad from a pass defense standpoint, and they give you so many opportunities to score, and he just wasn't able to take advantage of any of it. He's just not good. And you're going to have another opportunity, and we'll see if he continues to go down that road.
But I think that's why what Kevin said yesterday is so important, because Kevin cannot, under any circumstance, admit defeat on a third-round pick that he drafted. The first guy he's really, I feel like, been in total control of bringing here. You can't admit defeat after 4 or 5 games.
I know. I'm just surprised he said the obvious out loud.
Well, no, but
he just typically doesn't.
But you can talk about quarterback development. You can say, we think right now, maybe we put him in a little too early. We sped him up. So we think pulling him away is going to allow him to slow down. And then when the opportunity presents itself down the line, then we can go ahead, and we think he'll have success the next time around.
I get it, but Stefanski always reminds me of how I think about Coach Riz when we talk quarterbacks. I've told you forever, Coach Riz is just the most optimistic around quarterbacks as you can possibly find. That's usually Stefanski, too. Stefanski typically doesn't say anything bad about a quarterback at all, and I imagine behind closed doors he says a lot of things that are maybe negative, but he never says it publicly. He just doesn't trash these guys. It's been years since I've heard him say something even close to what he maybe even stumbled into saying last night, but it's just so obvious you can't run from it, and so this was different. This is very different for Stefanski.
So we do have TB12 Forever says, Nick, you know darn well, I inserted something there, darn well the Browns have no wide receivers and they're playing like an expansion team too. Yeah, but I think the problem is when you're stuck in a catch-22 of your receivers aren't very good. And by the way, they do have actually good receivers. His name's Harold Fannin Jr., and it's David Njoku.
Who, by the way, the Patriots absolutely suck against tight ends. There's a reason why Fannin was able to be involved as much as he can.
So, but like, you do have guys who are at least NFL caliber play. I don't know about Isaiah Bond, but I do think, like,
Jerry Jeudy had 1,000 yards last season.
Jerry Jeudy was Jamari Thrash. So, like, I can't replace all 5 pass catchers in this scenario. I can start to think about replacing the quarterback. 216-474-0092. So you heard from Kevin Stefanski there. Is Dylan Gabriel letting Kevin Stefanski down? We'll have more on this, but a Browns win you might actually want to celebrate today in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Join me, Anthony Lima, this Saturday for the big matchup between the Scarlet and Gray and the Blue and White. While you're there, try your luck at the football toss and get registered to win exclusive Bud Light prize packs. Go to 92.3thefan.com.
midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a Football Friday. On an F-Off Friday, we're live here from the Hairy Buffalo in Lakewood. Not dressed up as characters, although I think everybody that works here is going to be dressed up, and I'm really going to feel bad about it because they've got like awesome costumes.
I just saw one of the waitresses; she's definitely dressed up.
You know what I will say though? Can I pull off lumberjack? I'm wearing flannel.
More like a Al Borland vibe, if you're asking me.
That's hurtful.
That's not hurtful.
That's No, nobody's ever wanted to be Al Borland.
Well, no, that's hurtful to Al Borland.
Have you met the character? He's the most milquetoast, boring man on the planet.
Tim Allen's sidekick. I thought he had a good role. I thought he was a good guy.
I don't think so, Jonathan.
See, you're great at playing.
Yeah.
You got this down.
Also, our buddy Matt said I should go as Hagrid. I'll do many things for Halloween, but I won't do that.
Why not?
It's a fat man cliche. Just put long hair and a beard on him, and then like a trench coat. No. Nobody wants to be Hagrid. Listen, you can sexy up almost every costume. I could be a sexy plus-size Wookiee. There's no sexy Hagrid.
Yeah, there's no sexy Hagrid.
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
And at this point in my life, if I'm going to be a character, it'll be the sexiest version of that character that can happen.
What does sexy Chewbacca look like?
Like this.
Okay.
Now, that being said, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Be in a movie called Wookiee of the Year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really.
All right,
yeah.
Travis Hunter's rookie season.
Back to the dad jokes.
Has hit a speed bump as the Jags announced today. He has a knee injury. He will go on the IR. Hunter has 298 receiving yards so far this season with a touchdown on offense, and he's got 15 tackles and 3 passes defended on defense. Can we take a victory lap on the Browns trading down from 2 to 5?
I think we could already take the victory lap before we even had this injury. I think that was an okay thing to do before this injury even took place. But it doesn't mean Travis Hunter is all of a sudden, his career is dead and buried either.
No, but he was the unicorn. Like, the whole point of Travis Hunter is he was going to make an immediate impact on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
And he's been fine.
He's been fine. They haven't done him right in any way either. They didn't know they didn't know what direction they wanted to take him. They were using him as a wide receiver more than they were using him as a corner more. They were very confusing with him to begin with anyway.
Yeah, and they haven't been consistent with him. Like it started out more on defense, then moved, and then like every week feels like a moving target. I still think the kid can be a good NFL player. I think the problem with taking him at 2 is if you take him at 2 and he only plays on one side of the ball, I didn't see special. I saw good.
Yeah.
I saw really good, but the number 2 pick, the whole point of him was he's going to be an incredible player on both sides of the ball. Meanwhile, I've got Mason Graham, Quinshon Judkins, Dylan Sampson, and the Jags first rounder next year.
Yeah.
Those are already 3 really strong players.
No, and the Browns won that trade regardless of whatever happens to Travis Hunter. If Travis Hunter ended up being a generational player, the Browns still would have won that trade, in my opinion. We'll see how it plays out, but I think they still would have had that. All right.
Omaha!
Ravens, are they back in the driver's seat after an absolute stomp down of the Dolphins last night?
They're not back in the driver's seat, but they are back. Like, now they just have to make up the ground that they've lost with the slow start. But that was what I think everyone should have expected. They just kicked. It wasn't even close.
Wasn't even close. We talked yesterday about falling asleep in the third quarter. I actually made it to the end of the game, but I constantly kept wondering what am I doing here?
It was 14-6 at halftime, and I went to bed because I was like, well, this game's over. And so this morning, I watched the second half.
That was a waste of time.
It really was.
At least you saw the paper bags coming out. That was fun around the fourth quarter or so. They had all the Dolphins fans, a whole row of Dolphins fans with the paper bags on their head.
I just like that it's clear Dolphins fans want 2 things. They want McDaniel gone, and they got
Greer gone,
and they want Tua gone.
Yeah.
And Stephen Ross was like, I'll fire the GM.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Now, to be fair, though, the GM, he should have been fired. I mean,
he should have been.
Chris Greer, he'd been in that role for 10 years. We always talk about how Andrew Barry and Stefanski had been in their role, and they got the one playoff win. He'd been in his role for 10 years, 0 playoff wins. That is
3 head coaches.
Inexcusable to be able to last in that organization as long as he did.
Like, I think, so this is a standard. This doesn't mean that it is uniform across everybody, but I think for a head coach to say got a fair chance, you got to give every head coach at least 4 years, right? Again, some coaches deserve to be fired after year 1.
Sure.
But I've always thought 4 years is like the sweet spot for head coaches.
That might even be a year too long for me. I like 3, but either way, it's some time, yes.
To me, with GMs, it's really about 2 head coaches. So basically 8 years. If you get through 2 head coaches and you haven't found the right head coach, the right quarterback, and you haven't won a playoff game, hit the bricks.
I don't even need 8 years for that, though. I really don't. Like, again, a very generous amount of time for Chris Greer.
Omaha!
I'm a generous man. Well, since we're talking about this, and we talked about Chris Greer getting fired, I did look up the numbers. If the Dolphins were going to try and trade Tua Tagovailoa, he would carry, in 2026, at the start of the new league year, he'd carry a $45 million dead cap number for 2026 and a $36 million dead cap number in 2027.
It's a big number.
If they managed to wait until post-June 1, it would be the most manageable thing in the world. They probably can't. It'd be like $13 million a year for the next 4 years. However, I actually think $45 million a year is manageable if you wait until March 1st. I honestly think they should consider moving on from him. I think fans are done with him.
But it's also 2 years, though, then. It's 45 and then it's 35, you said?
Yes.
I mean, that's your highest paid player for back-to-back seasons. You can do anything. Let's not pretend like you can't do it. You can do anything. It's just where you're at in your organization.
And here's why I think they should do it. It's not about, I think you could have another head coach come in and maybe you get back to the guy that threw for 4,000 yards and I think 29 touchdowns 3 years ago, the first year with McDaniel. I think you can go back. I don't think you can go back, though, with Tua in that locker room. I think he's lost that locker room, and I think you're watching it. I mean, was it Malik Washington that just broke off the route at the end of the second? Stopped running.
I also wonder, too, what head coach are you really going to get if the best they can offer you is Tua?
Yeah. Well, and think about it.
No, it's not enticing to anybody.
Think about it. They've like Brian Flores, tough-ass coach, hated Tua.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel, who's like I'm the cool offensive, wunderkind. I think it's fair to say he's not enjoying Tua either. Like, what other coach can you go to? Is there like old man coach? Is Pete Carroll gonna go to maybe Bill? No, Bill Belichick would ruin him. Oh my God.
One name I heard floated around earlier today that I think you'll find interesting.
We call that a floater.
Lane Kiffin.
No, why is Lane Kiffin getting
his name being floated around for the Dolphins job?
Why is
so there's a couple things there. One, obviously, because he's coached against Tua. There's the SEC thing that was attached to all that. He likes the same reason why he's attached to Florida, the school. It's the same reason why he'd be attached to Miami. He likes the warm weather guy, likes the South, everything associated with that. There was a few people connecting the Lane Kiffin dots as if now's the time to put him up in the NFL again.
I know Barberton's head coach just resigned. Should we connect Lane Kiffin to that job as well?
If you want to.
I feel like every job available
might be a step down for Lane Kiffin, but I don't know.
I know Mike Brown's struggling with the Knicks. Is Lane Kiffin going to fix the Knicks as well?
Hey, wait, Lane Kiffin was up for all sorts of college jobs. This is the first pro job that people have linked him to now, and Lane doesn't get brought up in these conversations often. You do wonder if he'd bite.
I mean, I think if there's enough money in it, I think Lane would bite. Come on. I don't think it matters the job. LSU, Florida, Miami, you offer that sucker $15 million a year, Joey Freshwater rides again.
Omaha!
You mentioned LSU. LSU and AD Scott Woodward expected to separate in the near future, according to sources. The move comes in the wake of the governor, Jeff Landry, the criticism that he had of Woodward and declaring he wouldn't make the hire in the football coaching search. So you mentioned getting rid of pieces at LSU to maybe clear up a way for Lane Kiffin. That seems like the first domino for that one to fall.
You want to hear the hottest take?
It better be spicy. Don't give me some soft ass take here on a Friday.
All right. I think they should reinstate Brian Kelly.
All right, you're right. That's a hot take. It's also what we call a stupid take, but I'll let you explain.
Whoa. We don't take shame on that. We don't kink shame. We don't take shame.
Sometimes we do.
You're right. We actually do both those things. Now, I strike that. record. No, I don't think you're going to get a better head coach than Brian Kelly.
Talk me over to the good side. You just know it's personal with me and Brian Kelly. I don't like the guy. Don't like the guy.
It's
never
just
have.
two Catholic guys.
I root for him to fail.
It's just two Catholic guys.
In life, I root for Brian Kelly to fail.
What would Granny Pat say?
Mama Pat.
Right?
Mama Pat.
And she's gently caressing your hair at 75.
She never caressed my hair.
It sounds like she did. And she's just kind of scratching your back and telling you what a great pope you'll make one day.
She never said pope.
If
she
you
never
said,
actually even gave me any sort of like diocese control or anything either. She always just said flat out, "You'll be a priest one day."
Yeah, okay.
Never even made me like a bishop.
When
or
she was trying to guide you in many ways, but certainly towards the priesthood.
Some could argue, did she not believe in me enough?
Maybe she was just allowing you to dream a little bit. However,
I would say dream bigger.
When she was grooming you, do you think that she would be okay if you had just been like, you know what, Brian Kelly, fellow Catholic, not in the business with him? No. She'd be like, we Catholics don't turn our backs on each other for nothing.
That's where you have Catholicism wrong. We love to turn on other Catholics. That's our favorite pastime.
Oh, apparently you've forgotten what Mama Pat thinks. Real shame.
Bless her heart.
She believed in you. She sure did. Yep. Game 6 of the World Series tonight in Toronto for the Jays and Dodgers. Yamamoto versus Gossman. How important is this game? Or how important is it that Toronto closes it out at home?
Okay. Listen, Game 6s are always a great spot in World Series history. I can make an argument Game 6s are more impactful throughout time than Game 7s. You remember Joe Carter's Game 6, obviously, because Toronto is being talked about ad nauseum in this series and what happened in Game 6 with Joe Carter. But it's Puckett, it's Winfield, all the great, memorable Game 6s in World Series history. This could be another one for him. But I do think the Carter link makes it extra special if Toronto is able to have some sort of walk-off home run by Vladdy or something like that, and you have 32 years later another memorable Game 6 for the ages.
If you lose this one, you're losing the series. It's that
Typically,
simple.
that's how people look at these type of things. And you know what? If we go back into the 2016 time capsule, what happened in Game 6 between the Cubs and the Indians? Cubs spanked the Indians, and then obviously Game 7 went the way that it did. Like there is, I don't believe in momentum in a truest sense of the word with sports, but Game 6s do matter a ton, tilting it back to a Game 7.
How long was, how old was what was it, Mama Pat?
Mama Pat,
2016.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I guess she would have been in her 80s. She died a couple years ago at 95 or so.
She did.
Yeah.
Were you there?
Yeah. Was I there when she died?
No, I went down.
No, and oddly enough, actually, they sent me I got like a Zoom link to her services.
Uh-huh.
I missed it that day.
She leave. Oh wow!
Everyone else in my family, everyone else, I know
she did for you.
I know she really did do a lot for me in life.
Well,
not that much.
You for years.
Not that much, obviously. And the only belief that she didn't even make me a bishop. She's like, "You're gonna be a priest one day."
Did she leave you anything in the will?
No.
Wow.
No, did she leave me anything in the will?
I didn't know.
You got the wrong relationship with me and Mama Pat here.
I don't think I do.
Seems
like she used you up, fella. More on the Unicorn, Travis Hunter, and a Dodge Bullet for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It doesn't matter that the Baltimore Ravens started out 1-5. They're not sneaking up on anyone now. They're the Vegas favorites to win the AFC North. Lamar Jackson is back from a hamstring injury and looked great in a win over the Dolphins.
from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, live from the Harry Buffalo in Lakewood. It is a chilly but beautiful Friday here. Happy Halloween to everybody that's celebrating. Again, we did not dress like Jason Sudeikis or a clown today. And I do actually want to give the morning show kudos. I thought it was funny as hell that they did that. And there's nothing funnier than somebody with clown makeup on giving a very thoughtful, passionate sports take.
It's why I said earlier, like just some tragedy, if something serious would have happened, I just don't know what he would have done. Because I don't know, you could go to the bathroom and wipe it off? Is that what you do?
The makeup?
The makeup, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't know what we were talking about.
Does Lima take over in those moments? Something serious happens. Lima takes over, and then Ken goes to the bathroom and just scrubs it all off as quick as he possibly can?
I mean, I think that would be cowering to the moment.
Is that the next evolution of that?
No, I think you stand there and deliver the news. Like a broadcaster. What would Cronkite do?
Cronkite wouldn't put it on to begin with, I think.
I don't know. Would he wipe that makeup off, or would he say something seriously terrible has happened, and I'm here to deliver that news?
Well, so what is that setting? What kind of precedent is it setting for us that we didn't dress up in any sort of way? Because I am looking at all the sports television people, and like McAfee is dressed up, but then Stephen A. didn't dress up. You know what I mean? Jason McIntyre dressed up, but then Colin Cowherd didn't dress up. And I noticed the people that want to be taken seriously, which is not me or you in any sort of way, they didn't end up dressing up.
So I actually will give the morning show more credit on this. I knew when I went to the Halloween store today to look for a thing, it had to be good. Because if it looked like I kind of half-assed it, I just feel like it would have been like I would have killed the bit. So, everything that I was like, is this as good as what the morning show had?
Okay.
Because I wanted to make sure that if we were going to do it, it was at the optimum level of fun.
I guess we got time for next year, right?
I think we do.
We got 12 months to think about it. Next year we'll maybe deliver.
The most embarrassing thing is my sister makes clothes. I could have had her make me anything.
Really?
And I just thought of that right now while we're on the air.
It's always too late.
Yeah, it's
always too late.
I have ADHD, guys. Get off my back. We've got Chris Fedor coming up at 4:20 today. Daryl Ryder coming up at 6. But we played some Kevin Stefanski audio. I do want to get to the Travis Hunter stuff again in a minute. Mm-hmm. But for those of you that didn't join us, on the Kevin Stefanski show yesterday, Kevin got into the offense and what was ailing the offense, including how the offense can get more vertical in passing game.
As we do this week and during the bye week, you watch all these plays together, and you're kicking yourself because it's one thing here and then it's one thing there where it's just stopping you from hitting those shots. They're there; they will continue to be there, but we have to do our job. Again, it's not a player thing; it's an all of us thing. We have to do our job in terms of making sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be, and then we can start to hit these shots.
All right, I've said he might have a half against the Jets.
Okay.
By the way, I expect him to play the full Jets game because if you can't have a good game against the Jets, I don't know you belong in the NFL.
Well, and right now I don't know that he belongs in the NFL.
I still think he belongs in the NFL just as like the second or third guy on the depth chart.
Sure.
So I think it's at least one game. What do you think the leash is for Dylan?
I think one game is fair. I think, game-to-game basis seems about right for him now. Now, again, this is me speaking. This is not what the Browns will do, because constantly what I say is not what the Browns end up doing, because they just think differently than I do in many, many areas.
So it's interesting. The Browns don't move as quick as you or I move, which
although
is
they
fair.
did move quick with Flacco. We got to give them credit on that.
Mm-hmm. Well, but I think that's what's interesting, is I think the Browns are a little ahead of what maybe most fans think, or at least casual fans think. So I think that's what's interesting, is I think you and I are all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
I think most fans are, well, you don't do that often. They kind of fall in a lull with quarterbacks. And I think the Browns are kind of the sweet spot here. So I think that's what's so interesting about this is, if you're Kevin Stefanski and you deploy the plays are there, he's got to let it rip, which was the other half of the sound that we played earlier in the show. You can't be saying that for 3 weeks. And I think that's what's going to be it, because if you're still saying this from 3 weeks, at some point it becomes your fault.
Right, but it does set up itself really nicely for that idea that it's been percolating for a while for myself, that Dylan ends up getting 6 games, Shedeur gets the final 7, and then whoever looks better out of those 2 starts next season while you then prep the quarterback for 2026.
I think the only thing
rookie quarterback.
The only thing that troubles me, no, it doesn't trouble me. I just think it's really interesting that they're giving Dylan 2 weeks. And if I'll be honestly, not a lot really truly upsets me now, other when they, like the Browns, insult your intelligence by not having Andrew Berry available this week, despite the fact that Andrew Berry's spoken at the bye his first 5 years here. And basically, they just don't want to send him up because either they're setting Kevin Stefanski up to be the fall guy, or they just don't want to answer for how absolutely bananas this organization has driven this thing off the course. But like most things are not going to upset me at this point. Meaning like long-lasting upset.
Okay.
Meaning like, all right, Monday I might be mad about it, but by Wednesday I'll figure it out, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
If you, because you've given Dylan Gabriel the bye and you've given him this Jets game, if he doesn't look good against the Jets, I think everyone has a right to be hair on fire pissed off on that Monday.
And people will, because people left last week's game already being, what did you just say?
Hair on fire, pissed off.
Pissed off. Hair on fire, pissed off. Yeah. They were. Now, what happens if he looks good? And I'm not talking about looks great. I'm just talking about looks good, looks passable. Is he always going to be on this? Well, the moment the next game gets played and you go back to looking like we just saw you play in that Patriots game, then you're out? Or does the leash get reset?
So I think it's really complex if he looks just passably better, because passably better is going to look night and day different, right? Functional. That first Minnesota game, he had a lot of functional moments in there.
Yeah.
And had a lot of rookie moments, but surprised people how functional he looked. Functional right now, like the Minnesota game version of Dylan Gabriel, would look like Steve Young compared to what we've seen the last 3 games. So I still think we're on a game-to-game basis, though. Like, I think
you play good, you get another game.
Yes.
And then the moment you play bad, then you're just gone.
It depends on how the bad looks.
Yeah, we're going to need some context, obviously.
If it's Miami bad, and you and I disagree on that, but if it's Miami bad, I think that's one thing. If it's New England bad, yeah, if he goes from a Minnesota game against the Jets to looking Pittsburgh bad or New England bad against the Ravens, then I think it's curtains.
I've had a hard time figuring out what the Browns think about him, and Stefanski speaking last night, I think it gave some clarity that they've at least adjusted what they initially thought of him, and I think that's so important for everyone to understand and to hear, that they are at least, they're not as smitten as they once were. And that's a spot, Nick, that I don't think either one of us thought they'd be able to get to at this point this season.
So from writing off the Browns' third-round pick, which I think we did when they drafted him, to potentially writing off the number 2 pick in the draft, we talked in Quick Hits about Travis Hunter's knee injury, which is going to cost him at least the next 4 games as he's gone on the IR. I didn't think he was going to be a star regardless, and that was part of our discussion, right?
Yeah, neither one of us really did, though. If I'm remembering our conversations correctly, I think we were. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I know you liked Mason Graham always, and I remember you liked him. Did you like Abdul Carter or didn't like him? I didn't really. I wasn't a big fan of. You did or didn't?
Yeah.
You did. Okay.
Because I thought him across from Miles would be lethal.
Yeah, I was not the biggest Abdul Carter guy. I remember that. And then with Travis Hunter, I think I wanted them to take an offensive player, but I think I was so wrapped up in Shedeur. But it was not Travis.
Yeah, I mean, I think when Jacksonville was leaked, I think the 3 guys that I wanted were either Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, or Mason Graham, and if any of those 3 guys fell, I would have been happy.
Will Campbell looks good in hindsight. That would have been nice. Like thinking about it, like months after the fact. It just there was like a 2.5 week stretch where it felt like everyone in Browns media wrapped their heads around him being a unicorn and him being extremely special.
It wasn't just Browns media though.
National media too.
I think they pushed it more than even local media. And it's interesting because, I think there's a lot of frustration that Mason Graham isn't, Chris Jones to this point. And, if Mason Graham is what he is right now, which is he is incredible against the run defense, and he's He's good, not great.
Well, they
in
can't. The advanced stats on that stuff can't get it right with him anyway, though. Like ESPN's win pass rush metrics love him. PFFs hate him. That's one of the things I think we need to discuss at some point in the offseason is how just ass backwards they seem to have some of these advanced metrics when it comes to guys like interior defensive linemen.
But I think he's been fine. And by the way, there are points where I think he's been awesome. But I also think there have been moments where he looks like a rookie. And it's funny that, when we talked about this during Quick Hits, one of the people on the YouTube chat was like, he has to be Chris Jones to make this trade work out. And I'm like,
not really.
You've got Mason Graham, Quinshon Judkins, Dylan Sampson, and a first next year. If all 4 of those players turn out just to be quality NFL players, right? Or you get 3 of the 4 guys are quality NFL starters, even if Travis Hunter is the 15th best wide receiver or the 10th best corner, you win the trade hands down. Because you didn't just need one great player, you needed,
but I think the fear at the time was that you were not taking someone that was at one point for cornerbacks comped to Jalen Ramsey, and then was comped with a multitude of different high elite wide receivers that you could just basically throw anyone out there and you'd match what people thought about Travis Hunter, and it's like that's not what they got.
Yeah. Well, even
if they got that, it's really not the end of the world for the Browns.
But I look around, because I just look at it from the Mason Graham lens, where I think people have gotten impatient with him.
They have,
and I'm like, listen, Will Campbell went a pick before, Abdul Carter went the pick before that. If you look at the guys after, Armand Membo's been fine in New York. That's also one of the worst offenses in the NFL. You look at the guys who went after him, there's not one player the 5 picks after.
Even Abdul Carter's not really that good at this point. It's so early, though.
But he wasn't on the board at least, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the guys that went right after. In the 2014 trade down.
Well, I'm saying that they had just taken number 2 instead of Travis Hunter. If they'd just taken at number 2 Abdul Carter, for instance.
But I always think I like trying to compare things to the 2014 trade down, where if you had stayed at 4, you could have taken Khalil Mack. Would have been nice, right? Hell of a football player. And you traded down, I think, to 9, and I think you were targeting Mike Evans. And then Mike Evans, I think, went a pick before you. And then 3 picks later was Odell. And then a pick after that was Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
And you drafted Justin Gilbert. That's not what this is.
Right.
You didn't trade down. Honestly, I think Travis might be a nice football player in the NFL. Starter caliber, maybe even top 15 starter caliber player. I think Mason Graham's going to be that too. He just might not be that as a pass rusher.
Well, you mentioned Aaron Donald. I think people wanted him to be Aaron Donald right out of the chute. And Aaron Donald had near double-digit sacks his first year, but it's that can't be the expectation, guys.
Yeah, and I just I'm really cool with where we are with the trade. And honestly, listen, I think there's a debate about Quinshon. Is he a franchise back or is he an 6'7"? Is he Joe Mixon? Right?
Yeah.
And
6'7"
without. You know what? I'm not even going to do that.
You did
6'7".
You did it. Yeah. You brought this into the table, not me.
That's on me. That's on me, dog. But even if he's just that, a 6 to 10 year starter at defensive tackle, and a maybe 6 to 7 year starter as a running back, a high quality running back, but not an elite running back. All right, yeah. If they're going to put more weight on that first rounder to be another good football player, sure. But I've never been more confident that the Browns have made the right decision. I've never been more confident that I think Travis Hunter's a really good player, but I don't think he's going to be holy crap special.
Well, really good, I think, is even generous at this point. It's so early for me to say stuff like that, but it's just true. He just hasn't shown anything that's special.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, of course, you guys can chime in on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat as well.
That scouting community, Nick, they got it real wrong this year, didn't they?
Idiots. But I got it right.
Bunch of idiots. Trevor Sycamore, where you hiding now, buddy?
We love you, Trevor.
We like Trevor.
Are you declaring the trade down for Mason Graham is skewing drafting Travis Hunter? Are you declaring that a win for the Browns and a silver lining for Myles Garrett in all the Browns nonsense? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Where my dog's at? Get on the Bally Bet app. Place your bets on your phone and you can win real cash. Boost your game day with promos, parlays, and props. Increase your odds and cash out on top.
Odo looks to keep LA's season alive and force a Game 7. It's all on the line for Game 6. Get the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Fan anytime, anywhere in the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Chris Fedor coming up in about 1 hour's time. We are live from the Harry Buffalo here in Lakewood, and we're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
Xavier P. actually did throw out a name that I think Browns fans might want right now over Mason Graham. It is fair to say Tet McMillan.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
He's great, but it's just interesting. Like, guys, if Mason Graham being a really good starter and not a great starter is the difference between you winning in the future and not, suffice it to say, you did a really bad job building the roster in general.
Yeah, it was always about getting as many picks as you possibly could in young rookie contracts and everything else. It's just not. I'm not going to get upset by it because I wasn't upset in the moment. I can't get upset now.
Even the Quinshon thing, like, I preferred Travion Henderson over Quinshon, but like the basis was I didn't think Quinshon was going to be a home run hitter in the NFL. Well, he's been a home run hitter.
Yeah.
So if he just ends up being like, I think Joe Mixon, and the reason why I brought that up is big, tough, physical runner, but maybe not a touchdown machine. But like, Joe Mixon was like the 45th pick in the draft. If you get a solid starting quarterback, like guys that
Joe Mixon had problems for why he fell to 45.
Yeah,
though.
but I guess my point is like Nick Chubb being Nick Chubb and being the 33rd pick in the draft or the 35th pick in the draft, that tends to be more the unicorn, right?
Yeah, even so, Nick Chubb though. So it's funny about that is because there's a lot of Patriots fans right now that are at the time they wondered if they got the wrong Georgia back. Remember they took Sony Michel and the Browns took Nick Chubb, and it was like, but they rationalized it, they justified it with the idea that Nick Chubb had that just dangerous knee injury that happened at Georgia. That's why he ended up falling the way that he did. And what's funny is now Patriots fans have to wonder if they got the wrong Ohio State back. Mm-hmm. If in fact they went Henderson when they should have gone Judkins, but you can make an argument that there's reasons why Judkins was positioned where he was as well.
I will say that was funny to watch in the Patriots game.
Henderson actually looked better than I thought he was going to.
I was going to say, he had a couple runs.
I thought he was pretty good.
And it was like that weird thing where it's like a Barstool guy be like, maybe Henderson's great. And like, okay, all right.
And Ramondre Stevenson is out this week. He's going to have another big opportunity this week.
Does it matter if any of the four first players, so Fannin, Quinshon, Carson Schlesinger, Mason Graham, if they're all just really good players,
that's a win. Like people talk about like David Njoku, for instance. Like, do you consider Njoku's career and everything you've gotten out of that, is that a win for somebody that was taken as the third pick you had in the first round of that draft?
Yes, because I also think like he's been held back. His numbers have been held back by the quarterbacks he's played with.
Well, and he's also he's been put in the doghouse like 3 different times by the Browns too. Like, there's been seasons where they just went ahead and was like, oh, we'll pay other tight ends instead of you, and we'll try to see if we can make this work out. You look at that as a win. The 8 years of production and constantly being reliable, that's a win.
Well, and like the weird thing about Njoku is, I think if you would put him, well, okay, let's put it this. I'm even going to go with if you put him Pat Mahomes, he'd have 7,000 career yards. I'm not even going to go there, but I just went there. I also think I think our standards for tight ends are so back-asswards because we think Kelsey's and Gronkowski's grow on trees, and it's like at any given moment, there are 5 truly elite tight ends in the NFL. And then there's a lot of guys that go from like 6 to 20 that are good. They're serviceable. They have moments where they look like they could be a top 5, but they're not consistently that guy.
Yeah.
And that's different from I can name you 20 top receivers that can put up elite stats at any given moment. Okay, maybe not 20 running backs, but even quarterbacks now. I mean, like Jared Goff is maybe the 11th best quarterback in the NFL. He puts up elite stats. Baker.
Yeah, but there's tiers with quarterbacks too, though, because there's the Burrow, Lamar, Mahomes, Allen tier, and then there's everybody else, which is very similar, in my opinion, to what the tight end tiers that you're talking about. Like for the longest time, it was Kittle, it was Andrews, and it was Kelsey, and then it just kind of felt like everybody else was playing in that next tier.
Now, while we talk about the Browns, of course, it's the bye, and we have talked a lot about Myles Garrett as a trade piece this week. It was interesting, the amount of people who just watched the video of us talking about the potential godfather for the Eagles, and that didn't then follow up, that just took, we were saying we would trade Myles. I thought it was really interesting. I think people are very sensitive about a Myles trade.
Really?
In a way that I'm just at a very practical point with the Browns. Whereas I don't think the Browns are at a practical point with where they are either. I don't think they're willing to admit how up a specific creek they are without a paddle.
So not to be that guy, I'm not to be like, oh, I missed that convo that happened online, but I feel like I missed that convo that happened online. So people, they wanted nothing to do with trading Myles at all?
Yeah, it was one or two of the extremes. It was either, of course you do that. We got a lot of, well, you get a bunch of second-round picks basically for him.
So that is something that I feel like I could see a lot of people saying. A lot of people being like, oh, the Eagles' next 3 picks. I think I even heard Daryl say something similar to that earlier today on with Ken and Anthony. It's like they're going to be 26, 28, 29. Well, that's basically second-round picks. It's like, no, it's not. That's still a first-round pick. That's not basically a second-round pick. That's still a first-round pick. Like you got to stop making these end-of first-round picks into being basically chopped liver, because there's so many good players that come out of the end of the first round. But the point is that when it comes to Myles in this discussion, I thought that we had gotten so many people on board with the idea that if they traded him this last offseason, that probably would have been best.
I did think of somebody that needs Myles Garrett more than the Eagles, and that the Eagles report being out there would benefit the Browns if the Browns were trying to drive a hard bargain.
All right, I'm intrigued.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Cowboys, and then I was like, I just don't know. I don't know if I love that enough. Okay, so walk me through it.
Which part?
With trade compensation, reason why the Cowboys are now the team. Obviously, they're trying to get something in return for the idea that they traded off Micah. I get that. I understand it. Jerry's talking about $100 billion in gas or something like that. Like, I don't even know that he's
like Toots.
Not like Toots.
Okay.
I guess there's like $100 billion of gas somewhere in the world that he's trying to find. This is like he was on like Dallas Radio earlier today. Dallas Radio earlier today was complaining about the idea that Jerry had made a public comment about basically searching for all this $100 billion worth of gas or whatever resources are out there.
Are we sure he's just not going to be on the new season of Landman?
Well, they wondered if he was like starting to shift his focus away from the Dallas Cowboys because
he's given up?
Because he's focused on, I don't know why, at like mid-80s, Jerry Jones is focused on finding $100 billion worth of other resources.
Do you think maybe it was that's good because he doesn't have enough money, but maybe
right? Like, don't you think at some point would you just be like, all right, cool, I'm going to chill?
I mean, if I was 80, I'd probably put more of my energy into winning one last championship.
If I had as much money as he does, I like that he does that he seems like he cares so much as an owner. But like he's got his hand in all these different pots. Like this is why he's Jerry Johnson.
The 6-7 thing.
This is why. No, this is just how I was doing this before 6-7. I'll be doing this after 6-7.
6-7.
Which apparently people tell me 6-7 is now dead anyway.
Okay, who are those people?
Lindsay Rhodes today on Twitter said her fourth grader says 6-7's no longer cool, and it's just the assumption that 6-7 sucks now.
All right,
like parents have killed 6-7.
Oh.
We did. You want to know why? Because we're all dressing up as 6-7 for the Halloween costumes and such.
No, it's objectively hilarious.
You see the skit from Bill and Alyssa, our friends over there at Q104? They had a whole skit with one of our bosses, Chase Daniel, and it was a whole deal about like dressing up as 6-7.
I bet it was hilarious.
They're like, how's the show today? And Bill's like, yeah, it was like a 6, and then he unzips his sweatshirt. He's got a 6 on there, and then it's like, Alyssa, what'd you think about the show today? She's like, I think it was a 7, and then they do the 6-7 bit, and that's why fourth graders don't think it's cool anymore, guys.
Okay, are we sure?
That's why they don't think it's cool anymore.
And I'm not trying to cast aspersions here.
Yeah.
What if Lindsay Rhodes' fourth grader just isn't cool?
It's on the table.
She works for Consumer Sports, bit of a nerd. She wanted to trade Myles Garrett before it was cool. What if we're just really dealing with an unpopular fourth grader? Has anyone brought this to the table? Because I'm willing to bring it now.
Fourth grader says 6'7" is dead. I feel like a lot of adults started dressing up for Halloween as 6'7". We tried adopting it, and what did kids do? They run quicker from adults adopting things than anything. Mm-hmm. We killed 6'7" for these kids.
Now,
back to this. Jerry Jones says he has unlocked a $100 billion gas bounty in a drilling inferno. So like this has been I'm serious. This has been the conversation in Dallas right now. Is Jerry too much? Is eyes on the prize too much of this $100 billion gas bounty and a drilling inferno that focused on the team itself?
How do you unlock it?
Well, I'd have to read the Wall Street Journal article for that.
Is this like Bitcoin?
No,
like a passcode?
I don't think so. Like Dak,
or did he pay patronage to the Saudis? I'm just curious.
Legitimately, Dak Prescott yesterday called it definitely frustrating that Jerry Jones is so focused in on this $100 billion gas deal.
I mean, in fairness, I think Jerry's worth like $15 billion. $15 billion, I could use another $100 billion.
It's a real thing that happened in sports. They asked the starting quarterback of the Cowboys, what do you think about Jerry Jones spending so much time in this $100 billion investment into trying to figure out some gas project?
All right.
So I don't know that he's as committed as he used to be is what I'm saying.
But maybe now that he's unlocked it, now that he's got the $100 billion pipeline here, maybe now he is ready to make the Myles Garrett trade.
Shoot, it was everywhere. Get Up Crew reacts to Jerry Jones' $100 billion comments. It was everywhere.
But I think if you're Jerry Jones, and listen, I'm not trading Myles for anything less than 3 first-rounders, because, again, if I'm going to do it, it's got to be, you've got to incentivize me. The Browns don't have to do anything. Right? And by the way, the reason why it works from Myles' side of things, he's a Texas kid. He wanted to go to Dallas in the first place.
He's from Dallas, yeah. Not just a Texas kid. He's from Dallas.
So that's one part of why this makes sense. It's the rare team that is not a great team that he might actually go to. But I think it makes sense from their side because I think Myles would legitimately change the course of their season. I think Myles with the rest of that defensive line gives your defense a chance to be good enough for the offense to carry you to the playoffs and maybe more.
Well, and the thing I think we like about Dallas instead of like a team like the Eagles, for instance, is that we know that Dallas would likely lose in the first round if they even make it to the playoffs. And it's not pick 26, 27, 28, and there's no guarantee that in years to come it would be the back end of the first round because Dallas never gets it right.
Now, there's another sliver here of the Myles conversation, and it's about Myles having arguably his best season.
Yeah.
And what that means on a potential 4-win team for him.
Here's what I think is really interesting about this, and I think this convo is gonna ratchet up, especially if he starts to go closer to breaking the single season sack record or anything like that. Once he realizes that you can't be on a 4-win team as an already winner of the Defensive Player of the Year award, you can't be on a 4-win team and win the DPOY, I think it's going to do the same thing that happened last year, this year. Was Myles upset with the lack of wins last year? Of course he was. What I really think Myles was the most upset at is that he didn't have a chance of winning the DPOY with the dominant season that he had, because winning 4 games takes you out of that conversation.
Yeah, ironically, we just had the conversation of why is a guy with $15 billion net worth trying to unlock $100 billion? Well, why does a guy with 1 Defensive Player of the Year award get frustrated that he's not in a position to win 1 more? I think if the Browns were 10-7 last year, he would have had a pretty decent shot of winning a second. And I think if the Browns were in pace to be a 10 or 11 win team, honestly, 9 wins in a wild card team, and I think he's got a decent chance, especially if he finally cracks into the 18-19 sack range.
And he knows it. There's a reason why he was asked last weekend about whether he'd change all 5 sacks into basically nothing in order to get the win, is because the perception right now is that Myles is way more about his individual stats and is way more about what happens to Myles Garrett than what happens to the Browns. And I don't even fault him. But if the whole point of him playing as great defensively as he is on a 4-win team is that eventually he could end up winning a Defensive Player of the Year, it's not going to happen if they are, in fact, a 4-win team.
I would love to give this hypothetical question to Myles when he's not in front of a microphone so he might actually answer it.
You know what the answer would be?
A little truth serum?
I think you know what the answer would be.
You can take the all-time single-season sack record, or for every for every sack we take off your total, we add a win to the Browns' win total. So there'd be a sweet spot where you'd be a 9-win playoff team and he'd still have like 18 sacks. Would you take it? That'd be the perfect thing for him because he'd give up a little personally for a little bit of team success, And he'd also go ahead and win the Defensive Player of the Year award.
Yeah, I was reminded earlier today about the that ESPN article he had when he was coming out of college at Texas A&M, and he was like listing out all his goals. And he talked about he wanted to be the single-season sack leader. He wanted to win a DPOY. He wanted to be top 10 all-time in career sacks, but didn't know if he'd play long enough to get there. All these type of things. He didn't mention Super Bowl in there. Like Miles is... He's a me guy, and that's fine, but the problem with that is that being a me guy on a 4-win team leaves you with no more DPOYs.
Yeah, and I think the problem of that is being a me guy on a 4-win team. Habitually, fans start to recognize that even more. I mean, there were people who spun his upset on Sunday at being taken out of the game that he was really just mad he couldn't make a run for the NFL single-game sack record, which I believe is 7 sacks, as opposed to... He was just mad that they weren't winning. Which, by the way, if it came out, I have had my criticism of Miles. I have had my defense of Miles. If Miles was really that upset, I don't know there's coming back from that.
Which one do you think makes the most sense? I think you know that answer. Oh, no, we have to go to break. Oh, no.
6-7.
6-7.
Oh, no.
Hey, Jerry Jones, $100 billion.
216-474-0092. All right. If you take the picks from the 3 first-rounders from the Eagles to 3 first-rounders from the Dallas Cowboys, does it change your answer on Myles Garrett? It does. It changes it a little bit for me. I'd still like a player or two back. I really like Tyler Booker, their guard out of Alabama. And the one day a year you can be miserable, but probably shouldn't. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan for my friends over there at Summit Sound. You guys know at this point I love to do everything for my...
I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive, live from the Harry Buffalo in Lakewood. If you're out this way, come on out and see us today. Again, be forewarned, we're not dressed up. This is just how ugly I am in real life. But we can obviously, you can say hi, we'll talk some ball. They've got a great menu here. They've got some cervezas. I was just offered, the gentleman at the bar, would you like one? And I was like, of course I would like one, but I also would like to not be fired.
You want to stay employed, yeah?
Yeah. No, I don't
radio's not what it used to be.
Now, here's the thing.
You know?
I'm very, very, it's hard to tell when your boy is keezied up until it's not hard to tell.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So, I think the problem isn't
and
the
you think
first
you're getting
one.
away with it is the problem.
Well, yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem I have.
I'd have the first one, and I'd be like, I'm totally pulling this off.
Uh-huh.
And about 7 beers later, I'd still think I'd pulling it off. And then the problem is another 7 beers after that, which is right about my Mendoza line.
Yeah.
Right about 15 to 16 beers in is where we go from I'm the most charming man, and I'm certainly sober as a judge, to you guys can just get the hell out of my face.
Meanwhile,
real quick.
So I'm consistently the person trying to convince everyone that I'm not that drunk.
Ooh, that's not good.
While being hammered. They'll be like, you're hammered right now. And I'm like, I'm not that drunk. I'm perfectly fine.
Although if we're being as clear as we can be, is there anything more annoying on the planet than being not okay, you're clearly not sober, but you're also not drunk, and somebody being like, you're drunk, and it's like
I think that's why I always took so much offense to it. Because I was like, no, I'm not that drunk. But sometimes I really was that drunk.
Vanessa will do that, and I'll be like, I will let you know when I'm drunk.
I think that's what this is. You mentioned Vanessa. This might just be an Elise and my thing, where it's like, it's the wife. The wife's always like, you're pretty hammered right now, and why do we always have a defensive nature with that one?
I do because again, because
we know there's limits to this, and we're not close to it. Is that what that is?
Well, I think it is, guys. When I'm drunk, I will make an absolute spectacle of myself.
When you hear George Strait singing in the background, that's how you know I'm drunk.
Yeah, when I get real cagey and defensive, you'll know.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like, does Nick had a few? It is common knowledge. All right, I have shut down towns. All right, I'm basically this side of Godzilla when I really get out of hand.
Shut down towns?
Yeah.
You remind me of those like the bachelorette parties that are like, Nashville can't handle us. It's like, yeah, they can. Yeah, they see a lot of you guys.
Nope. I'll tell you this. Any town I'm in when really hammered can't handle me.
Yeah, look out, Toledo.
So, when I think that's what it is. I'm defensive because I know when I do get keezied up, that guy will come out, and I'm like, that guy's not here. I'm like, I can summon him if
this guy,
you like.
He can get here. He can get here pretty quick.
Yeah. So, if you want to see him, I'll go there. Don't make me go
impressive
there.
By the group in the corner there. They are. That's like 3:45. They're getting after it. I like that.
That's. I think one of them might have kids, but that's a good sign that. Or you've got the night off. God, what a gift. I mean, now my kids are 12 and 15, so I can just do it whenever. But doesn't feel as special anymore, right? We need to earn it.
I would love it. Yeah,
age.
I would love a night off. Yeah, I think that'd be a great call. You kidding me? I'd love that.
Now, today is it's Halloween. Spoiler alert. We are not dressed up. I am just this ugly.
I like the idea of someone that made it to this part of the day and not realizing it's Halloween.
Honestly,
it was today.
Honestly, if one of my kids didn't go to school dressed up, and I didn't watch Ken on the YouTube channel this morning, I might not have known.
I feel like it's been hitting me in the face all day.
No, it's just the weirdest day to be Halloween.
You went to a costume store.
Yeah. Okay. Well, because I saw somebody else dressing up. I wasn't going to just naturally
You have reminders all day. I feel like are people celebrating Halloween more this year than in years past?
Yes,
I don't know what's going on.
Because it's perfect. If you love Halloween.
It's a Friday, maybe?
You can do a two-weekend Halloween.
Fridays are a great day for Halloween.
People just did it last weekend. We trick-or-treated all of last weekend.
Did do it last weekend.
And we're talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then you can do it again this weekend.
This is 2 Halloweens. You got 2 Halloweens this year.
I mean, this is 6 days of Halloween if you want it.
You're double dipping in the Halloween.
And by the way.
Cool for you.
young Nick Wilson would eat this entirely up. Like, I would have, by the way, I would have turned Thursdays into it. I would have had 8 days of Halloween. But it's interesting. It snuck up on me still because of last weekend with the trick-or-treating, but there is one member of the sports media just not really into Halloween, Mad Dog Russo on Sirius XM MLB.
Halloween to me is a complete waste of time. I can't stand it. I used to make sure I was working on the 31st when my kids were little, and I would say, honey, I got to do something at 6 o'clock. They're all yours. I hate it. I can't stand it. And now, that doesn't mean I'm going to not have a little candy if somebody pops on the door. I'm not going to be that much of an ogre, but going out with people wearing outfits to buy candy to me is a complete waste. I can't stand it.
All right. I like Mad Dog. Especially when he gets like, hey, I'm pop a gummy. Then go pop another gummy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like old weed hound.
He just wants to have some weed and watch some college football.
I love it. However, I don't know if maybe this is the aging part of me that I realize what a finite amount of time we have here, how few fun things there really are to do as an adult. I do not give a rip how old you are. If you want to dress up today, if you want to ham it up, if you want to spend 6 days celebrating Halloween, go full tilt, man. Just enjoy every second of it. And so just from the idea of that it's a waste of time, I think that's a get off my lawn moment that I think we need to start neutralizing going forward. Just let people have fun because it is fun.
Oh, it's definitely it's Gran Torino is what it is. It's Clint Eastwood and Gran Torino. That is it's got to be like a 99% to 1% of people in the I like Halloween versus I don't like Halloween category.
So can I tell you what I think?
There's no gifts during Halloween. The only thing you give off is you give candy to kids, which is always like you're just making kids' days. Like that's just there's always a fun thing there.
It's
you
also
dress up in costumes if you like, and if you don't really have to either. No one's really going to judge you.
It's also a great party holiday.
Yeah,
like
it's
Halloween,
almost,
adult Halloween parties are awesome,
and it takes you back to college where that was a Thoughts Super Bowl in many ways.
Oh yeah,
like it's just a great holiday for that. A couple holidays that are really.
I thought it was more like a Thoughts World
really
Series.
Thrive. Yeah, no, it is.
You had 7 games.
Yeah, well, for this year you definitely do. Yeah, but it is. It's like this is where that's the big guns.
Best
for the
of 6 or best out of 3.
Depending on who you are. You could be Joe Carter if you want to. You can have the walk off if you want to. But like, there's only
the walk on.
There's only a couple
walk under.
Walk anywhere you want.
That's
at
true.
this point. You go Giamatti in the first scene of Billions, the very first scene, episode 1.
Don't just tread on me. Tread on my friends too.
It's a great holiday, guys. It's a great holiday.
So
I just can't believe somebody hates it.
Can I tell you that I do think there's a dividing line on people who go hard at Halloween, and it's not perfect but I do think like our parents' generation, which Mad Dog Russo is a part.
Yeah,
they didn't do Halloween in college the way we did.
No.
Yes, they had.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't around then. I don't know.
I mean, my parents have kind of told me.
What was it like?
Well, like we turned it into Bacchanalia. Right? Like, we turned it into, again, 6 days of
you
Halloween.
Remember, like, my dad, for instance, my dad was born in 1949, so, like, he was in college in the late 60s and then early 70s, where basically everyone was just doing a bunch of drugs anyway.
Yeah.
And they needed Halloween for that.
Yeah, that was just Tuesday.
That's what they did.
But whereas, like, I mean, I remember, because I was still, like, my parents would, when I was really young, they dressed up. It was usually, like, a hippie, or, like, hippies or cowboys or something.
Yeah.
Which I definitely think went on well after Little Nick went to bed there. Just put that one together in real time. Very nice. It's called role-playing, folks, and we don't kink shame
Hey,
here.
no, it's good for the bedroom.
However, but once I got to like 7 or 8, they kind of stopped doing that. And then it kind of became like, I remember I hit 12, they were like, you still want to? Okay, that's fine. And then I hit like 14, it's like, you still want to? So like it even surprised me when like in college I saw the levels that people do Halloween. I just don't think, like, I just don't get poo-pooing anything. And I thought the worst part of it
Colleges were my best costumes.
When he was just admitting to being a bad dad. Like,
I mean, I would never accuse Russo of being like the world's greatest dad.
Well, okay, in fairness, but the point was,
I never think of him and be like, that's a role model.
Like, I got to be honest with you, as a dad, I love watching my kids dress up. My kids are 15 and 12, and
it's like the highlight of my days.
I still think it's the most adorable thing in the world. So the idea that you wouldn't want to go.
Little Shara Snow White, she's already dressed up. Like, look at this picture every single break right now. This is like, I got this like 20 minutes ago.
That is good.
But like,
vibes.
yeah, like it's just fun.
But let's just have some fun, right? 216-474-0092.
You're telling me have some Senka.
Are you have some Senka? Are you a Grinch on Halloween, or do you actually just like have fun and just realize that life is short? Right? Do you go full Mad Dog Russo? Hey, have a gummy. What's best for Kevin Stefanski in 5 minutes? I'm 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So let me get this straight. Louisiana's governor is mad at LSU AD Scott Woodward because taxpayers are on the hook for
This is the worst wide receiver room I think you've seen since the fan's been going. And so if I get 2 first-round picks over the next 4 years, if I can stagger this out, like, guys, I have to consider this. I have the benefit of new information. And my new information is I'm 2-6, and they're even worse at the quarterback position than I thought they would be, which is incredible to say. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Chris Fedor coming up in just about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the concern for Evan Mobley as Donovan Mitchell taking games over for the Cavaliers. Is that a bad thing for the Cavaliers? It's just weird. People are reacting more to individual wins and losses in this Cavs season. I thought we all agreed just to take it cool until the playoffs.
I know, which is why I'm having a hard time with people being upset with it because I like that people care right now. I can't get mad when people care, but it is interesting the idea that this is not a 5 games into the season and people are just kind of freaking out. I think this has been bubbling under the surface for years and it's showcasing itself.
So we will get to Cavs basketball with Fedor coming up in about 20 minutes. But again, we're live from the Harry Buffalo here in Lakewood. Stop on by and see us if you get a chance. I just ordered the Thai chili wings. Now, because we are on air, I did go boneless. I've had
that is a move that
wings.
You do. You do. You go boneless.
You know why?
Easier to eat.
One, I don't want to look like a walrus with sauce and everything all over me.
Makes sense.
And two, once you get that on your hands, you can wash them as many times as you want. They're going to be sticky for a while, and I have to use a pen. Then it's going to get on here. It's going to get on my computer. This is just best for everybody involved. I think it would if people walked in and saw me eating bone-in wings, especially sauced. I think they'd walk around. They'd just walk right out the door.
Poor job by myself. I panicked ordered.
Ooh,
you ever have that where you're at the table and then you hadn't really thought it through the entire way, but then the waitress comes over and then you just kind of just blurt out whatever you're looking at, basically?
No.
That happens to me all the time. And again, hand up, bad job by myself. But it looked like it was like I got to put it in now, or I got to wait it's a little bit later on. And I ordered a burrito bowl at a bar. I don't know what went through my head there.
I think you're safe because the food here is always
everything they have here is great. So I think we'll be fine.
But
did my body tell me I probably wanted a burger or wings more? Probably.
Here's the problem.
Probably
is almost everyone in my life is you in this regard. Like, I make Vanessa. That's just my house is not from the 1950s. It's from the 2025.
When you say I make Vanessa, yeah.
I ask politely Vanessa to take everybody's order in the car when we're pulling up to a fast food restaurant.
Oh, that's not an easy job, by the way. That's not an easy job.
I get infuriated.
Yeah,
it's the same. It's like we get 4 places that we're gonna go in Wadsworth. All right,
I know, but then you're under the gun, and then you could always your palate's constantly changing within the seconds, and then things like this happen. Sorry, knocked your phone over.
No worries. So I have trained my children to be good at this. They know what they want. Do you know who's still just absolute rabbit ass at it?
I'm gonna guess Vanessa on this.
Vanessa.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess. It's a good guess by me.
And then she does the thing where she leans across me, and the guy's like, I can't do it anymore. And I'm like, can you give me a minute, man? Trying to figure it out. And he's like,
sir, what did you say there?
Meanwhile, you got cars waiting in back of you.
Yes.
The line is forming.
And then you see,
and then you're under the gun. Oh, I hate that
Fat
moment.
Phyllis behind you, and she's like, she rolls her eyes, and then Triple Chin Ted 2 cars back. He's getting pissed, and you're like, why couldn't we do this?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. The whole order of operations is the same damn thing every time we go.
Now I got to be better in these spots. I got to be better in these spots. I panic ordered. I think I wanted the burger more than anything else, and we're gonna end up with the burrito bowl. We'll see how it plays.
Now, with this being said, we've talked a lot about Kevin Stefanski. We played sound from Kevin Stefanski in the Kevin Stefanski show yesterday, where Kevin basically was like, "Yeah, the plays are there. Got to hit them." Slight paraphrasing, didn't have that tone.
Basically was what he said,
Mine was.
Yeah.
But the message was the same. Well, Zach Gelb of the Infinity Sports Network.
Your guy.
My guy, Zach Gelb. Earlier this week, he had a point on Stefanski why he doesn't think it'd be the worst thing if Kevin Stefanski got fired in Cleveland.
If I'm Kevin Stefanski, I want to get fired by the Cleveland Browns. I don't want to be back next season. He'll get a job somewhere else. He's a good coach. He's won 2 Coach of the Year awards in Cleveland. But this is a miserable situation right now. You have a really damn good defense. But offensively, Dylan Gabriel's not going to be the answer. Jerry Jeudy is vastly overrated. And this offense doesn't have much to offer. And you're sitting there, and every week you got to get asked about Shedeur Sanders, who, quite frankly, I would just rip off the Band-Aid and play him. But that's not what the Cleveland Browns are going to do. If I'm Stefanski, I'm saying, hey, I won 2 Coach of the Year awards in Cleveland. I think someone will hire me, and you could go get a better job. Because even with a lot of jobs that are going to open up, there is a place that you can land that probably instantly you already have it better in that place than where you have it right now in Cleveland.
All right, the only problem I have with our guy is you won 2 Coach of the Year awards in Cleveland. There was a tone thing. I'll tell you this right now. Mm-hmm. If Kevin Stefanski had been the head coach in San Francisco and went to a playoff spot, he's not getting Coach of the Year. Like, he's won 2 Coach of the Years because they go, I can't believe Cleveland is any good.
Like, Shane Steichen's going to win it this year because of what the Colts are doing. Like, you get it for turning around franchises and for overachieving in spots that typically don't achieve.
Yes. And, like, the circumstances in 2023 where you were a 500 team, Joe Flacco catches lightning in a bottle, and then you end up in the playoffs, right? He's 5 different
quarterbacks. We got it.
And but so Zach did do the thing that already annoys me when your defense of a head coach is awards that are voted on by award winners who don't watch every game that coach coaches in.
Yeah.
Now that said, I definitely think we're probably at the point where if he's not right where Mike McDaniel is. Mike McDaniel looks like every day he wakes up and begs the Lord to end it. Like, please, Lord.
Well, but they won't. They won't. And they already said today that they were staying with him to the end of the season, which is probably, and I was thinking about it, it's probably for some of the same reasons why the Browns are staying with Stefanski.
To punish him?
No, although that's not a bad thought.
Sit in your own filth?
It's not a bad thought. No, it's more the idea that everyone falls in love with the interim head coach.
Yeah, that is also fair.
Everyone always falls in love. We did it with Greg Williams, for instance. Like, everyone falls in love with the interim head coach, and then you are almost forced to then hire that interim head coach.
And if McDaniel really is that big of a part of the problem, and you hire Anthony Weaver, who is an NFL head coaching prospect, if you hire him and he wins 4 games, well, then you missed out on your number 1 pick or number 2 pick.
You're
100%.
You're absolutely stuck.
But I don't doubt at this point that Kevin Stefanski might be looking and wondering if the grass is greener on the other side. Mm-hmm. It's funny, though, like, Zach's doing a great job of considering Kevin Stefanski's point in this, and I would not be surprised if Kevin feels like the Browns have failed him because it wasn't him that germinated. I want to make sure that word's okay with the morning show. Germinated, created the idea of trading Deshaun Watson. He just went along with it. Right? It wasn't. He did not fire Alex Van Pelt. That came from above him.
That was not his call.
So, like, so many of the things, he didn't get to pick Baker in the first place. So much of what has controlled his ability to win has been beyond his control. And so it wouldn't surprise me if at this point he goes, well, my reputation is still intact. I don't know if that's going to happen. It's going to be the case a year from now. I'd rather get fired now, go be the OC someplace, and then from there, I have another job where maybe the grass is greener.
I just don't think he's going to be lined up for these head coaching jobs the way that Zach thought that he would.
Yeah, not this offseason.
I just don't think so. I think he might have to wait, and he might have to showcase himself in another spot. Like Mike McDaniel falls in that bucket too. If Mike McDaniel thinks that he's going to be a head coach somewhere else, I got another thing coming for him as well. And so I don't know that you can look at it as the grass is greener when your next spot is going to be proving to everyone that you can still do just even the OC job at a competent level.
So I think the one thing going for Kevin Stefanski in getting a job this offseason is the job market. I mean, it's barren.
Yeah.
Like, that's like last year. If he had been fired last year, we had Vrabel, you had Belichick, you had Pete Carroll.
We don't know who yet is going to open up, though. This is and like I'm very receptive to what you're saying, because you're right. As of right now, you are right. But think about what we talked about just in this past week. The idea that Tomlin could be open, Harbaugh could be there are big fish that could potentially pop up.
But like right now, his competition would be Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
I'm going to say most of the NFL would rather have Kevin Stefanski than Mike McCarthy, even if most of Cleveland would rather have Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I don't even know that that's a given right now at this point. And I think Mike McCarthy is basically a dodo bird, but if I was trying to make the case for him, he won 10-plus games 3 straight years in Dallas. He won a Super Bowl in Green Bay. Like, he can at least get you to a spot.
So, like, John Gruden? All right, well, I like John Gruden more than most, but like...
I like Gruden too, but once you sue the NFL, I think the writing's on the wall there.
The funny thing is, I think he's going to be a head coach again in the NFL, unless he takes a college job first.
I think it's really hard to sue the NFL and then come back from that.
Brian Flores also suing the NFL.
So on a quick aside here, just because you mentioned Gruden, I told you I've been watching this invitational golf tournament that's got like all the great YouTube, all these guys in it, right? And Gruden's in the actual tournament, and so his team went down after like the first match that they did or whatever,
just like the Raiders.
And he rallied everybody in between the first and the second. He gave this impromptu speech, and in the moment, I'm like, my goodness, like I want to run through a wall for Gruden. Like it's like a 45-second speech, but you're like, I get it. This guy this is what he does. Like he's just a coach, and and it made me think of Stefanski in that way, because Stefanski, I never think of in that way. Like if Stefanski had to in that spot be like, hey, you're the coach, rally us and get us together, he would have been like, well, I guess we got to be better here, guys. Like it just like some people have it, some people don't.
Into vibes.
Yeah, some people have it, and I think some people are born with it, and Stefanski just isn't born with this.
Yeah, I listen, I don't think John Gruden is that bad of an idea. Again, if you move on from him, but I think most of the NFL would choose Stefanski over Gruden. It's interesting. I think if Kevin had been fired last year, I think he would have had to wait at least a year to get a head coach job. Now I think it's 50-50. It's would he take a bad job from here? Because I think Kevin's smart enough to know to never walk into another Cleveland.
Does he take the Titans job if offered at the end of the season?
No, he'd have to be desperate.
Because that to me is a bad job. That to me is the job you take when you are desperate and when you're looking at a quarterback situation that feels awful and an ownership situation right now that feels awful. But if you still want to be a head coach, like I think that's going to be the options that Stefanski would have. And you make a great point. Like, would he go through that hell once again?
216-474-0092. We're talking about Zach Gelb on the Infinity Sports Network saying that if he were Stefanski, he'd want the Browns to fire him. I can understand if Kevin, after 6 years or going on 6 years, thinks, I think I can do better than this. And I wouldn't surprise him, by the way, if some point after, if this is the end of Kevin in Cleveland, if this goes to a 4-win team and he gets fired, it wouldn't surprise me if a report came out at some other point he actually thought about resigning from this team, just given the myriad of crap that has rolled downhill for him as the head coach since he took over the job. 216-474-0092. Do you agree with Zach Gelb that that getting fired is actually what's best for Kevin Stefanski? That, and then we got Chris Fedor talking about Evan Mobley and concern for Evan Mobley in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for
Exteriors. Roofing, siding, windows done right.
Lock in amazing fall deals for your new roof with Home Genius Exteriors. Get 50% off materials plus 0% APR and free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
All eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got a chance to win some tickets coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here live from the Hairy Buffalo in Lakewood. I'm tripping over my words because I just had a mouthful of delicious food. I forgot I'd ordered the jalapeno poppers.
Those poppers were delicious.
Woo! And we got another one there. Okay. Mac's going to need at least one more. I'm going to need at least one more. Then you guys get to fight over it.
I had two. I think there's only a couple left.
Oh, thank God.
I went for it. Yeah, we went
so
for
good.
it.
But happy
good.
Halloween. It's a football Friday. It's an F-off Friday. But Cavs 3-2 to start the season, and we're going to welcome on the Cavs beat reporter in town to talk about the Cavs' first 5 games of the season and maybe the final 77. Chris Fedor appears now, Cleveland.com, on the Fan Hotline. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
You eating at Denny's today? We're at the Hairy Buffalo in Lakewood. Maybe a certain IHOP mix something or other, maybe something like that.
Well, no, not that. I did eat at a nice, fine restaurant this afternoon. I took my son after his school. He had a Halloween party. He was all dressed up in his costume, and we had a nice meal together. So that was fantastic.
Chuck E. Cheese?
It was not Chuck E. Cheese, although he's been wanting to go to Chuck E. Cheese because every time we watch Paw Patrol or Rubble and Crew or something like that on Disney or Nick Jr., there are commercials for Chuck E. Cheese, and I can see why parents don't want their kids to watch TV as much, because every single commercial is, hey, buy this, or hey, go to this place, and it's really, really expensive. But no, today was not Chuck E. Cheese.
I like the idea that you get to blame your kid for wanting to go to Chuck E. Cheese when we both know you're pretty down to clown when it comes to Chuck E. Cheese.
You dominate the Papa Shot at Chuck E. Cheese.
No, that's Dave and Buster's. Thank you very much. I say, Elliot, you play with whatever you want to. Daddy's going to go shoot some hoops and video himself shooting hoops and send it to Kenny Atkinson and let him know that I still have a bucket in me.
Chris, is it time to consider Evan Mobley might not become an MVP caliber player?
Look, I think there's a nuanced conversation when it comes to Evan Mobley, and I think obviously we're not at a point where we can form any kind of conclusions and we can make any kind of sweeping declarations. But I think it's fair to wonder if he's capable and if he's ready to be a focal point of the offense. I think it's fair to wonder if he's ready and capable to be a number one option in an offense. Because that's not for everybody. There are some guys throughout the course of NBA history that are just better off being Robin, or they're better off being Alfred and somebody else being Batman and Robin. And I don't know what the answer is with Evan Mobley, but if he turns out to be a number 2 option in an offense, as opposed to the alpha, as opposed to the focal point, he can have a great career like Chris Bosh did. Anthony Davis, I think some would say, is more Batman or more Robin than he is Batman. And that's okay, but I think that's what the Cavs are trying to figure out here, and I think that's why they're force-feeding him. I think that's why they're testing his limits. That's why I think they're giving him all these different opportunities and this high usage. What works? What doesn't work? What can you do? What can't you do? What are you comfortable with? What aren't you comfortable with? And the only way that you figure out these answers in terms of what you have with Evan as an offensive player, we know he's a great defensive player. He's the reigning defensive player of the year. But the offensive evolution, they're putting him in places, they're giving him opportunities, they're putting him in a particular role that he's never been in throughout the course of his NBA career. And they're trying to figure out, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? And the only way that you figure out those answers is you test his limits.
How long does the test last then? Is it going to be half the season? Are we taking this up to the playoffs? And then if it's not working, you just completely change on a dime? Like, how long do they take this?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do it over and over and over again in the first half of the regular season and just see what's best for Evan and what's best for the Cavs and what's not best for Evan, what's not best for the Cavs. But they are committed to finding out these answers, and I think they believe that they can use the regular season this kind of way. And it doesn't mean that they're also not working on habits, and doesn't mean that they're not going to address some of their weaknesses that they see that pop up. And it doesn't mean that some of the things that turn out to be fair criticisms of their style of play and the things that they're coming up short with, it doesn't mean that they don't see those things also and they don't address those things. But one of the primary goals of Kenny Atkinson this year is figure this Evan Mobley thing out. See what his next step in his evolution is. Just like part of Kenny Atkinson's big goal this year is expanding the role of DeAndre Hunter and having a better understanding of how to use him within the offense and within the defense. And Kenny's going to continue to be committed to it because the belief is that the Cavs are going to benefit from it long term. And if it means some short-term growing pains, and if it means some wonkiness at the beginning of the season, then so be it. But sometimes experimentation fails. And sometimes you get answers through failure, just like you get answers through success.
So I think it's interesting the point you're making, which is you'll take a loss now if it means a win in April or May, because I agree with you. I think that under JB, it was all about winning in the regular season instead of developing and trying things out and the off chance it might fail. But I think that also lends itself to the Donovan conversation. And I don't agree with this idea, but I think some people are frustrated when Donovan takes over games in the third quarter or fourth quarter and puts teams away, that maybe that's coming at the expense of Evan Mobley doing that same very thing. So when you watch that, right, that the habitual thing of Donovan just going berserk in the third quarter, it's good for now. Is it bad in the long run for the Cavs, though?
No, I don't think so, because I think that's always going to be built into their offensive attack, and I think that's always going to be built in to the identity of this basketball team. Donovan Mitchell is an alpha. Donovan Mitchell is a premier scorer in today's NBA. Donovan Mitchell has shown that he can be a focal point of the offense and have success in that role, and he could be the number one option in an offense and have success in that role. It doesn't mean 48 minutes are devoted to Evan Mobley or 40 minutes are devoted to Evan Mobley. There are other facets of a basketball team. There are other areas of a basketball team where you have to explore those things too, and you can have success with those as well. And Donovan Mitchell, as just like he's going to be a wallflower or he's just going to stand by and watch this happen and not have any kind of role within the offense, that's just not going to happen. That's not who he is. That's not how the Cavs are built. And there are going to be moments throughout the course of a game, including a playoff game, where Donovan has to go supernova because that's best for the Cavs in that particular moment because of the way that the defense is playing the Cavs and stuff like that. I think the goal of this Evan Mobley expansion thing is to provide another pathway and more diversity within the offense and make it so that this offense is more dynamic. But within that dynamism is Donovan Mitchell being capable of being Donovan Mitchell. It's not Donovan Mitchell just go stand in the corner and let Evan Mobley do his thing. And I think that's the kind of balance that the Cavs are trying to find here with Evan. I think that's the balance that Evan is trying to find. He's saying to himself, hey, look, everybody's telling me to be aggressive. But does that mean scoring the basket every single time? Does that mean creating for my teammates? Does that mean just drawing a double team and then kicking it out to Sam Merrill in the corner? I think Evan's trying to work through all of the intricate things that come with being an offensive focal point. And that doesn't always mean scoring the basket. And that doesn't always mean forcing shots and stuff like that. So I think the hope is that they have this diverse offensive attack that has a bunch of different layers to it. And part of that is going to be moments where Donovan Mitchell just goes into takeover mode because you don't want to take that away from Donovan and you don't want to take that element away from the Cavs offense either.
Chris, you're very well connected. When you talk to your insiders and your people across the NBA and you ask them whether or not the Cavs have enough MFers, what response do you get?
No. I mean, point blank, no. I was having a conversation with somebody in the NBA, and I talked about this on the Wine and Cold podcast yesterday. I was having a conversation with somebody in the NBA before the Boston game, and we started the conversation on the court during pregame warmups, and then we took it back to our media meal as well. And, he was asking me a little bit about the Cavs locker room dynamics and who's the a-hole and who's the MFer and who's the one who's going to stir things up. And, I brought up Max Strus. I brought up Donovan Mitchell at various points, and he was like, well, it probably can't be either one of those guys. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And he was like, well, it's got to be somebody with a little bit more of an enforcer. It's got to be somebody who can physically move people and challenge people. And I said, okay, I don't know that Jared Allen's going to do that. I don't know that Evan Mobley is going to do that. I don't know that Larry Nance Jr. is going to do that necessarily. So I think one of the questions that people around the NBA outside of Cleveland have about the Cavs is, do they have enough, quote-unquote, dog in them? Do they have enough, quote-unquote, tough guys? Do they have enough, for lack of a better term, MFers in that locker room where things get really, really difficult and really, really hard, that they're going to stand up, and it's not going to be fake, but they're going to stand up to the other team and they're going to say, no, it's not happening, not on our watch, not this time. I mean, think about last year, just that playoff series against the Indiana Pacers in the conference semifinals. As Cavs fans, like, how many dudes on the Pacers did you hate? You were sick of Aaron Nesmith, right? You were sick of Mathurin. You were sick of Andrew Nembhard. You were sick of T.J. McConnell. You were probably sick of Tyrese Halliburton for other reasons. But, like, those are the kinds of players that I think people around the NBA are wondering, do the Cavs have enough of those? Do the Cavs have enough of those kinds of guys where when things get really, really difficult and you're pushed to a mental breaking point, like, how do you respond to that? Are you going to break? Are you going to crack? Are you going to let a team rip your identity away, or are you going to push back and fight back? And I think that's a legitimate question that people have around the NBA about the Cavs, and there's only one way that they can answer that question and basically change their reputation.
Fortunately for the Cavs, I am available, as I am often described as an MFer and as an a-hole. So
very cheap too.
League minimum. I will sign for it. I'm good for 5 strong fouls a day, but I can only play one half the court.
It's something, actually, guys, that I talked about Donovan with when we sat down together in training camp at IMG Academy. And I said, hey, man, like, you've been so positive about this team. You've always looked for the bright spots that happen. And there have been times where, he's cursed in a post-game interview, or he's gotten really, really fed up or frustrated with situations that are going on with the team. I remember a couple of years ago, there was this running joke after what Donovan said to me in the locker room and what I wrote the next day. We were in Denver. It was part of a long road trip. I think it was Easter, believe it or not. And Donovan said, it's effing April, Chris. And like, that became a thing. And the next day at shoot around, like, so many of the players and so many members of the coaching staff, they saw me walk into the gym for shoot around and they said, it's effing April, Chris. But that showed, like, a frustration that Donovan had, that things weren't getting better and things weren't evolving the way that he was hoping that they would, because he had those same conversations in November. He had those same conversations in January. And then it got to April, and we were having the same conversations about the Cavs. So that was an example of him, like, getting frustrated and using his voice and holding everybody accountable and stuff like that. And when we were talking at training camp this year, it was about, hey, man, like, are you willing to create more conflict if you have to? Are you willing to be more negative on your teammates if you have to? And he said one of the things that he reevaluated this offseason is just that. And, like, are there going to be moments throughout the course of the season where he's got to be more of a bad guy, where he's got to mix it up a little bit more, where he's got to create conflict in a way that, LeBron James used to just create conflict, in a way that Kobe used to just create conflict, in a way that some of these great leaders of the past decade and a half created conflict so that the team had to go through stuff during the regular season and figure it out. So I would look for that, just in terms of Donovan's demeanor, in terms of Donovan's attitude, in terms of his approach. Just like, is there a little bit more mean attached to him because he feels like the Cavs, they need that throughout the course of the regular season so that they can be better prepared for when those moments happen in the playoffs.
Going through the same thing on the show. Me and Donovan, hive mind.
Who's the mean guy? Who's the mean guy on the show?
Who do you think is the mean guy, Chris?
Yeah.
No, that's not for me to judge. No,
coward.
I'm the guy. I'm the reporter who asks the questions in this case.
And we're the hosts that duck the questions in this case.
Atkinson led off his press conference after the Boston game asking a reporter a question. I just think it's fair every now and again you get to turn it around.
Yeah, I know. And I thought that reporter handled it very, very well, saying, hey, I don't want to influence your response, so you please tell me.
He ducked out of it completely. If it was me, Chris, I would have given him like 7 things, and then it would not have gone the way Atkinson thought it would have gone.
Oh, yeah, you had a list of bullet points. You were taking notes throughout the course of the game, and you were ready for your moment. Absolutely.
Chris, great stuff, buddy. Enjoy Chi-Chi's. We'll talk to you down the line.
Sounds good. The celebration of food. Yes.
Chris Fedor on the Fan Hotline. Great stuff with him. When we come back, we'll react to how soon is too soon to be concerned about Evan Mobley in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Join me, Anthony Lima, this Saturday for the big matchup between the Scarlet and Gray and the Blue and White. While you're there, try your luck at the football toss and get registered to win.
of the offense. I think it's fair to wonder if he's ready and capable to be a number one option in an offense, because that's not for everybody. There are some guys throughout the course of NBA history that are just better off being Robin. If he turns out to be a number two option in an offense, as opposed to the alpha, as opposed to the focal point, he can have a great career like Chris Bosh did. And that's okay. But I think that's what the Cavs are trying to figure out here. And I think that's why they're force-feeding him. I think that's why they're testing his limits.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, in the previous segment talking about early panic on Evan Mobley as he isn't commanding the basketball for 48 minutes a game for all 5 games. And I actually am closer to where Chris is with this, where it's like, you've got 82 games to figure this out, and this is just the starting point with Evan. The question is, can you grow within this season towards a point where he is getting those opportunities, he's more comfortable, and we see him take over more games?
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of this is basically the regular season is going to be an extended preseason. Mm-hmm. If you look at it through that lens, it just shouldn't bother people as much. The Cavs are trying to do everything to unlock Evan Mobley and get him to be the best offensive player that he can be. Does it look great after 5 games? No, it doesn't. Is his shot diet, as people say, a little ugly right now? Yeah, it is, but this is the growing pains. Like, this is part of it, and so I have no problem with the Cavs' approaches.
I think this is where LeBron spoiled us.
Why is that?
Because we saw a guy go from high school kid to MVP in 3 years, and we think that's just the way it's supposed to go. And in fairness, in the NBA, guys like Kevin Durant have done that, and LeBron has done that, and we've seen it a fair amount.
Wemby might do it right now this year.
Luka certainly did that as well, and I don't know, like, if all Evan Mobley is Chris Bosh, I hope he plays his whole career here.
Yeah,
and I think instead of him being labeled as some level of failure, I haven't given up on the idea that he can be that guy, that, that top 5 player, that top 7 player. But we're in a weird spot where I think there's a lot of pressure on Evan, as there is on the Cavs in general. And I just think I notice when pressure or when expectations aren't met, it's really easy for people to get super jaded about guys. And I'm like, I don't know. Honestly, I think we're even devaluing what a great defensive player he is. Like, he is one of the 2 best defenders in the NBA.
It's Wemby and then it's him. And I mean, I don't know if we're at a spot where we're getting critical of that, then we're just talking about the wrong things.
Well, no, but I think I've heard people say, well, he's a really good player, he's not a great player. And I was like, he's a great defender and he's a plus offensive player. Like, he's a good offensive player. He's just not a great offensive player. If you give me great on one side of the ball and good on the other, if the inverse were true, we'd be saying undeniably he'd be a great player.
It's because we care about the offense more than the defense in the NBA.
No, I understand that, but I think it's a little cheap. I think some of the dialogue with Evan is a little cheap. I think we can all agree he can be more assertive. I think we can all agree that if he is if he maximized his skill set and had that dog in him, it would be a different player than what he might end up being, but at the same point, that doesn't make him not a success as what he's doing.
He's touching the ball more. He's doing more, and I think that's the part where Cavs fans are a little taken aback, is that he is touching the ball more. He's having more attempts, he's doing more and trying to do more with the offense, and then his efficiency has never been worse. And I think that's where Cavs fans are hung up. I would say this is 5 games into basically trying something new, and I just want to know how long the Cavs take this for. Chris said he thought it'd be about half the season, where you really kind of let him just whatever happens. Kind of like in that Boston game. You shoot 9 threes, you shoot 9 threes. It is what it is, and you see if he can get over that hump. And that is a worthwhile investment to me, watching Cavs basketball, to see if Mobley can be that great offensive player.
So can I tell you one thing that I think has actually held Evan back?
Yeah.
Usually when guys are drafted top 3, top 5, they go to teams like Washington, like Brooklyn, where it doesn't matter the outcome of the game. You can just go out there, and they just put you in a position to be the star of the team right out of the gate.
You get a lot of reps.
And that's not what happened here.
Yeah.
And in fairness, I think when choosing between winning and development, J.B. Bickerstaff chose winning all the time, which is okay. That worked for them. That's what they needed at the time. To me, Evan's true clock started ticking when you hired Kenny Atkinson, because I think I think he's in a position, and they're in a position where they're just going to win a lot of games because of what they've already accomplished and because they've learned to win. And now you can focus things like on development.
That's a fair take.
Maybe it would have been better for Evan to go to the Bulls or the Wizards or somewhere, because I guarantee you if he had gone to that, we maybe would be having more of a Wemby conversation. Honestly, Wemby going to San Antonio.
Yeah.
Like, no expectation to win, just go out.
Or even Harper in back of that, or Castle in back of that, too.
Absolutely. And so I think, that's not an excuse. That's a circumstance on why I think it's taking longer for Evan to get where I think everybody wants him to get.
Might be like a VJ Edgecombe situation in Philadelphia right now, where they're just letting him shoot a ton and they're letting him go after it. It's always amazing when you kind of let players go unleashed a little bit. We're watching this with like Austin Reeves in LA this year right now, where it feels like with LeBron out, with Luka out, Austin Reeves is averaging like 35 points a game, and it's like, well, yeah, a lot of these guys, if you give them the opportunities to, and you give them the chance to just be a walking bucket, they can take advantage of it. But there's a real growth that happens within that. It's a good point by you. Like, Mobley gets stifled a little bit by the idea that he was always asked to be on a winner. But that's what I think this year is different. Yes, I think they care about winning as many games as they can, but it really feels like this is more of a preseason, a elongated preseason, where they're just going to put Evan's best interest at the heart of it, because they know if you're going to go deep in the postseason, the idea is still behind Mobley taking a massive leap forward this year.
I'll even take it one step further. He also played with a ball-dominant point guard as a rookie, and then a year later they added a second ball-dominant guard.
They didn't ask him to do anything like they're asking him to do, even last year or this year, but especially this year.
It's so funny. Like, I do think you can continue to run more of your offense through Evan. I think you can run the offense through him at the elbow or at the top of the key. Like, he can bring the ball up more. Like, those are all things that I think are I don't want to say unexplored, but not nearly as explored here in Cleveland as they would be in completely dire situations.
Yeah.
But those are also, as you pointed out, like, let's get to game 42. And if the conversation's the same, the conversation's the same.
It's worth the try.
It's the only thing you can do.
It's worth the try.
Because the Cavs have preached, we got to get better on the margins. Evan, that idea of the 90th percentile of Evan and the absolute best of Evan, that small gap is gigantic.
Him being the best player on this team is what's going to take this team to another level.
Yes.
Like, that's not even, in my opinion, debatable. And so, yeah, no, there's a lot here. Now, how about the idea that Chris is talking to insiders and they're making the case that the Cavs are too soft once again?
I mean, I honestly think the Cavs gave up on trying to be tougher, and that's why you saw at the end of the playoffs last year, they talked about the need to get stronger and tougher, and then when Kobe and Kenny spoke at Media Day, they were just like, we didn't say that. We don't think we need to be tougher.
You're right. We've made no advancements towards actually being tougher.
Because they can't, because they've got two undersized guards. You can only be so tough when you don't have enough size and physicality. Like, the blessing in Indy is Tyrese Halliburton's already a bigger guard, but he's surrounded by guys who are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", who are all perimeter players that can shoot and because they're all bigger, all of a sudden you can just run a lot of big lineups out there where no matter what you do, Donovan or Darius is always going to be in the court, and one of the guys in your court's always going to be 6'2" or 6'3".
Yeah, except when we have our jumbo lineup that they've been debuting this year.
I actually have hopes for the jumbo lineup.
Our massive jumbo lineup.
You've been very sarcastic about it.
I like joking about our jumbo lineup.
Lonzo Ball with who's I think 6'6" himself.
Yeah, Lonzo's a big guy.
Lonzo with like four guys who are 6'8" or taller.
Yeah,
that gets me going basketball-wise.
Lonzo, by the way, the early returns on Lonzo in a Cavs uniform from a national perspective have been so solid.
Yeah, no, everybody thinks it's like the best trade. And by the way, I think he's shooting like 22% from three. The scoring isn't where you'd expect it with him, and yet everything else looks really good.
I didn't realize how elite his passing was. That's the mistake I made with Lonzo. And I liked the idea of Lonzo. I think he might be he's a broken toy in many ways. He just can't stay healthy. But I didn't realize how elite his passing is. Watching these games, some of the passes he makes and some of the velocity he puts on the passes, I didn't know he had that in him.
I think that's going to be that, and his ability to defend, provided his knees hold up. That's going to be the difference maker in a playoff series.
It's Rubio-esque in many ways.
Yeah,
and it's very impressive to me.
And I think that takes pressure off Darius and Donovan in the playoffs in good ways as well. 216-474-0092. I'm not panicking on Evan Mobley.
No.
JP's not panicking. Are you one of the folks panicking about Evan Mobley not being prime Wemby yet? bad example. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Desk. I'm Mackenzie Flume.
If the Browns make a move, you'll hear it here first. The NFL trade deadline is 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Get all of the latest news from around the league on your flagship home for Cleveland Browns football.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, live from the Harry Buffalo here in Lakewood. It's a beautiful day. We'll get to Daryl in just about 60 minutes.
And 92.3 The Fan looking for a winner. Be the ninth call right now. 216-474 to below 92 to win a pair of tickets to see Foo Fighters with Queens of the Stone Age August 10th at Huntington Bank Field. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Foo Fighters. However, we've got Daryl coming up in 60 minutes. It is Halloween. Be safe out there. Enjoy your trick-or-treating. Enjoy partaking in this beautiful hallowed Halloween. And, of course, it's an F-Off Friday. It's a football Friday, and we get to the lead. Kevin Stefanski was asked about Dillon Gabriel and the Browns' struggles on offense on the Coaches Show last night.
Big picture, young quarterbacks are going to have, struggles at times in a game, could be a quarter, whatever it is. And obviously you hope with these young guys that they're all continuing to get better. And I know the quarterback position gets magnified in that discussion as well. But you're trying to just stack days, you're trying to stack games on top of each other. And I think there's been some really good moments. I think there's things that we can do better around him. And again, I put that on me and the coaches and certainly his teammates where we can support him. And then when it's there, we got to trust that he'll let it rip and we'll come away with that play that we're just not making at this moment. You're kicking yourself because it's one thing here and then it's one thing there where it's just stopping you from hitting those shots. They're there. They will continue to be there, but we have to do our job.
I just still remain shocked that he spoke this way. We've just been around Stefanski for so many years. We've seen how he talks. He typically just doesn't speak this way about a quarterback. He's not wrong. I don't know how often the shots are really there. It seems like to me they're there, but this was pretty alarming.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I called out 2 plays in, 5 of his 18 throws in the Miami game, a game that most people thought it was pretty good, but I called 5 of those plays out. We had multiple interceptions against New England, and there were a couple more plays there. Like, the truth is, Dillon is not going to take 10 shots down the field a game, right? Mm-hmm. And in fairness, there might be 3 or 4 available right now for him to take. With those 4 shots he might take, he just can't turn the ball over, and he just needs to make the plays when they're there. That's the whole point of a system quarterback is he makes the plays that are there when they're there. Yeah. And if you can't even, that's like the bare minimum for a quarterback like Dillon. And then, like 3 years in, we should be screaming, throw the ball down the field more, right?
Yeah.
We shouldn't be saying, like, hey, dude, make the obvious play because it's right there for you.
I mean, I do like the idea, and maybe this is something I should have touched on earlier. Like, if you want your guy to succeed, and if he is your guy, I like him putting the public pressure on him, but I also like him outlining exactly what he needs to see from Dillon in order to make him keep the job, essentially. Like, he is telling you the answers to the test. You're failing the test so far, but he's telling you the answers now to pass this. You just need to be better and take advantage of the shots down the field.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a lot of time where the locker room is communicating on behalf of Kevin, and Kevin's kind of communicating through the media. And I think this week we heard Joel Bitonio and Wyatt Teller go strongly to bat for Dillon Gabriel. And when I heard it, to me it wasn't about Dillon, it was about Kevin, right? They know their coach really believes in Dillon, and they want to go ahead and support their head coach. And just in case he's feeling pressure from the organization to go elsewhere at quarterback. And I think this was Kevin having their back. This was Kevin saying, I love Dillon, but there are plays there. He's got to be better. And so I think it's actually been an interesting kind of dance to watch players and Kevin kind of talk about this situation. Because the truth is, I don't think this year, at its best with Dillon, I don't think you're scoring 30 points a game.
No.
I think 21 points a game is well within reach. 3 touchdowns a game is well within reach. with what you've got and what's available or what's been available in the 4 starts Dylan started.
More from Kevin Stefanski on the coach's show as he said the team can't hide from their 2-6 record.
Yeah, I hope they're taking a break and getting their breath and getting ready for the final 9 games of this regular season where we have to play our best. Obviously, you've heard it said before, in sports, you are what your record says you are, and we own that, we acknowledge it. It's so easy to look at your record and say, and play the blame game. We have 9 games left. We have more than half of our season left. Our guys have the right attitude, have the right mentality that we're going to move forward and fix this thing together.
On that last line, time will tell. The Jets game's a great opportunity to get right. This is just, granted they did just win, but that could be the Jets win this year. So this is a great opportunity for a get right game. And listen, if you don't make trades at the deadline, if you stand pat, there are things that just playing together and staying healthy or getting healthy can change. Young players can play better. Young wide receivers can learn their positions better. You might be able to get more opportunities down the field if those guys are open. By the way, the offensive line. Cam Robinson's in game 4 here. Jack Conklin's only played, I want to say, about 3 straight games. The offensive line might not be a top 10 offensive line this year, but maybe it could be top 16 if you continue to go in the right direction. So I think there's a lot to be improved upon. I think there are things that can just naturally get better, even if I'm cynical about maybe the ceiling of Dylan Gabriel.
Well, you just got to make sure they don't just lay down and die, Don't just wave the white flag on the season. Actually seem like there's some coaching's happening. Like you're actually getting better in some of the areas that you're talking about.
Can I tell you a thing that scares the living crap out of me, though?
On Halloween, it's fitting, yeah.
The Schlesinger injury. Losing the green dot is really, it reminds me of in 2014, everybody talks about the impact of going from Brian Hoyer to Johnny Manziel. Fair. Johnny was booty cheeks. They also lost Alex Mack after 11 games. And John Greco tried his damnedest. It had a gigantic impact losing your communicator, the focal point, the literal center of your offensive line. I feel the same way about the green dot on the defensive line, and Jim Schwartz's defense puts that on the middle linebacker.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, this is where the offense really has to get good in a hurry, because it wouldn't surprise me if the defense regressed without Schlesinger.
I do think they're in a better spot than what I would have said before the season, though, for this to happen, because Devin Bush has been awesome this year, and I've always liked Diabate. I feel like he's just one of those players he's very solid. We don't talk about him enough. Yeah. I think he's just very solid. So I feel like we're in a better spot than if you would have told me this would have happened a few weeks ago, maybe I would have scoffed at it. But the way Bush, he's playing out of his mind right now, and so I feel like you're in a much better position to handle this than maybe we all initially would have thought.
Can I tell you why I think that's a double strike for you? Is because now you're moving Devin out of the position that he's dominated
been strong in,
to now move him to middle linebacker, where I think he's a little light to be a middle linebacker, and giving him the green dot. That's the only thing I'd say is I think Devin's been great this year, but now you're taking him out of a position of comfort.
Yeah, no doubt.
Zach Gelb on the Infinity Sports Network said that being fired wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to Kevin Stefanski this year.
If I'm Kevin Stefanski, I want to get fired by the Cleveland Browns. I don't want to be back next season. He'll get a job somewhere else. He's a good coach. He's won 2 Coach of the Year awards in Cleveland. But this is a miserable situation right now. You have a really damn good defense. But offensively, Dylan Gabriel's not going to be the answer. Jerry Jeudy is vastly overrated. And this offense doesn't have much to offer. And you're sitting there, and every week you got to get asked about Shedeur Sanders, who, quite frankly, I would just rip off the Band-Aid and play him. But that's not what the Cleveland Browns are going to do. If I'm Stefanski, I'm saying, hey, I won 2 Coach of the Year awards in Cleveland. I think someone will hire me, and you could go get a better job. Because even with a lot of jobs that are going to open up, there is a place that you can land that probably instantly you already have it better in that place than where you have it right now in Cleveland.
I don't know. A lot of the jobs that open up, they open up because they're not very good jobs to begin with anyway. Like does Zach Gelb think the Titans' job is going to be better? Because I personally don't think it is. And another side of this that just bothers me as I listen to it, Nick, is the idea that Stefanski is going to bed every night thinking man, do I have it miserable? This stinks. I don't think he feels that way, because I believe in his heart of hearts he thinks he can take any quarterback and mold them into the piece of clay to be awesome and to be great. And with Dylan Gabriel, I just don't see him running from that as a challenge. I feel like if anything, he'd look at Dylan Gabriel, a guy that he was high on in the pre-draft process, and think to himself, okay, I can get him there because of his own perceived greatness of how he thinks of himself.
Would it surprise you, though, if Kevin already had buyer's remorse on Dylan? Because it wouldn't surprise me.
So that's the term Lima used earlier today, the buyer's remorse term, and I thought a lot about it today because I was like, did he make a mistake? Yeah, I think he made a mistake, but it still lives within that context of if I think in his heart of hearts he believes he's Kyle Shanahan, then at no part would he be waving the white flag on who Dylan Gabriel is. Not quite yet. He might be blaming the lack of other talent around him, might be blaming some of the other things, but I just don't think he's there yet.
I mean, if you're looking around and you're Kevin Stefanski and you see teams that are probably going to have the number one pick or might be able to draft a Fernando Mendoza or maybe even have a veteran quarterback already like Tua Tagovailoa, I can understand if Kevin was like, oh, those jobs are better because there's a clearer path to the quarterback, or they've already got a quarterback I want to work with.
Well, wouldn't you make the argument that we have just as clear of a path to Fernando Mendoza as some of the other teams that we're talking about?
Yeah, that's fair, but like, it's also... I think my biggest concern about bringing Kevin back for next year, you know me, I'm more on fire Barry train, fire DePodesta, fire the head analytics nerd. I'm so sick of 100% of analytics. I'm with 75% of it, and I want 100% of football.
I did like you talking to the guys in the corner as we're at Harry Buffalo there, and I heard you're like, I just want to fire the analytics nerds.
Just find two of the nerds.
Like
you don't have to fire all of them. It's a very valid job they have. Fire the two head analytics nerds.
And then stuff them in a locker when we're done with it, guys.
Absolutely. And have John Dorsey do it.
Yeah.
Butt naked. However, sorry, was that last part too much?
That became a kink.
However,
that became a kink.
Whatever he's into as long as he makes the right pick. However,
we don't care how he gets there.
Yeah, I mean, your process is your process. If you get the results.
Processes,
yes.
Am I right?
Yeah. Well, I almost said Henry Fonda. Henry Ford took a walk every day. and I think Henry Fonda did too.
Might have. It's good for the body.
Probably should have.
Good for the soul.
My best inspa comes when I'm walking. However, what are we talking about? Kevin Stefanski. I can understand if through 6 years he would welcome it. He's not Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel wakes up every morning praying, please, God, let it be today. That's not where he is, but I can understand if it was where Stefanski, if he's
so does he wake up that way because here's the one thing I might concede on this point and this point alone, he might not like being the front office's puppet. That part might be wearing on him. That not only the idea that they just send him out there to do all the press conferences and everything like that, but it does not feel like Kevin Stefanski's had a big say in a lot of the decisions that have gone around here. It feels more like he's kind of along for the ride. And if you're Stefanski, maybe you get to a different spot and maybe you get to actually voice some of your opinions.
Well, it's that, and he's sick of being the fall guy for it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a collective, the whole thing. But he's still, at the end of it, though, he had 6 years in being a head coach in the NFL. Like that, you can't ask for much more than that.
No. We agree, but I can also understand if Kevin says, all right, as a head coach, but did I really get a fair shake? Right? Did everything else here...
Yeah, but I just tend to think after 6 years, even if you didn't get a fair shake, in many respects, if you didn't get a fair shake, good coaches or great coaches... You can win more than he's won in 6 years.
Oh, I think everything...
Like he found out his answer.
I think everything you and I are saying is true.
Yeah.
But if I'm Kevin, I also think, well, it's a quarterback league. You give me a good quarterback and I'll win some games.
Brian Callahan, for instance, probably goes to bed at night being like, did I really find out if I could be a head coach or not? I got a year and a half. Like, did I really find out if I could do that? Stefanski can't go to bed at night wondering that.
You think
he got a chance?
You think Bill then comes in the room and says, "You sucked. Thanks for tanking my career, jerk.
You're obviously not good at this.
I was better at I coached in the Super Bowl. I sired you, and you couldn't even get to 7 wins."
Well, he coached in the Super Bowl too with the Bengals.
Okay, but he wasn't the head coach.
You're right. He's going to go ahead and be mean about it and be like, "I wish I never had a son."
Yeah. And they'd be like, I wish your name was Brianna and not Brian.
Ooh, wouldn't that be nice?
And then basically that's a plot of a movie.
No, that's just me.
It's like Reverse Big.
Reverse Big.
Unborn. Ooh, that's a great Halloween movie.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, it is.
No, it's not.
But it's a failed NFL head coach whose son's more of a failure as an NFL head coach. And then he goes to like one of those genies, like the things, and he goes, I wish my son was never born. And then he wakes up and he's not born.
And he's not born.
And then the rest of the movie is him just missing his son and finding a way for his son to be born again.
All right, Rosillo. Okay.
Sorry, you can't see the $100 million franchise right in front of you.
Yeah, I always miss it, and then they get created, and I'm just like, geez, I really missed out on that.
All over it.
Oh, you had it the whole time.
Son of a flip flop. The name.
Son of a flip flop.
I don't know where it's going. We might. We are having fun. The Browns' next chance to find their own Baker Mayfield in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Going to the Cavs game tonight? Get the starting five during afternoon drive. And make overtime your post-game soundtrack as you head home. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, live from the Harry Buffalo in Lakewood. I feel like such a nicer person now that I've had my wings and my jalapeno poppers. I didn't eat lunch today because your boy realized he had a rip in his jeans. And it was a place you can't hide a rip. Okay. And I didn't know how much coverage I was going to get from this table.
Front part or back part?
Front part.
Okay.
And, I was driving in my car this morning, and I was like, it sure is breezy. And then I looked down, and I saw part of myself.
So you're wearing the pants you still have the rip in?
No. I had to go buy new pants.
Oh, that's impressive.
And then I on the way to work today, and then I found this really nice hoodie, and it's super comfortable, and it's a flannel hoodie.
You got some jeans and everything?
And but they're tight. We're like working them in. Don't give me that look, Mac.
I assume you didn't want to just you couldn't put them on beforehand.
No. Well, no. I did.
Too much in the hurry up.
I got
offense?
dressed at a JCPenney.
Okay, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
But the problem is, the first couple hours you wear new jeans.
Yeah.
I mean, you're breaking them in.
Yeah, you got to break them in. It's like a glove.
I've been breaking them in.
It's like a glove.
And so I'm doing like a wiggle thing in the chair. We're just trying to get comfortable. My point is, you're welcome that nobody had to see vital parts of my anatomy today because I was an adult and I actually went and got new jeans.
What's that look like when you look down and you're like, shoot, I guess I got to make a stop at the JCPenney?
So they can't literally see it, so you want me to paint a word picture
No,
for
I
it?
want to know what your mind is going. I've never had this happen. I just want to know where your mind is going through. You're like, guess I got to stop at the JCPenney now.
Yes, that's pretty much exactly how it went, yeah.
Like, you had enough time allotted to even do that to begin with is impressive enough, but then also, it's just, I've never gone through that.
So, the other part of the story is, I have no idea where my other jeans are.
I assumed you threw them out at the JCPenney.
No. I know where those are.
Okay.
And they're in the back of Vanessa's car.
Okay.
Because I didn't have a place to throw them out at. But I have 3 other pair of jeans.
Okay.
But because I live in a house with 4 women, I don't know where half of my clothes are.
Yeah, okay.
Like I just keep buying new clothes because I know they're somewhere. They're not in the laundry room. They're not in my room. That's not true because they could be under a pile. Vanessa has like 3 piles of clothes that have piled up places, and I just know if I start looking there, man, I'm not going to stop. And I'm gonna find like hidden treasure troves of clothes. So I just bought new jeans.
That's like you go shopping again.
But the problem is
shopping at your house.
It's getting really expensive.
Yeah, I know. I imagine.
Yeah.
Jeans aren't cheap. What'd you pay for those jeans?
They're $54 jeans.
Yeah, jeans aren't cheap.
Now, I bought a second pair. They were half off.
It was like a buy one get one half off deal, or what?
Oh, it sure was.
Yeah. Why do jeans always come in deals like that? I never understood that either.
Well, I think it's so they buy more jeans.
I mean, they always come as if it's like packs of deodorant come in too. Like why are jeans in the same category as that?
Well, no. This is because the deodorants like banded together. These they band you together financially.
They basically by doing the buy one get one half off. They're basically banding them together.
Yeah, like now I only paid like $35.
Has anyone in the
jeans.
history of time ever looked at a buy one get the second half off and just kind of only bought the first and that's it?
I have.
Yeah, it's impossible for
Back
me.
when I couldn't afford things, and I would just be so pissed. I'd be like, I really wanted to get one half off.
That's the discount. That's
how, I'm living high on the hog now, where I'm like, oh, I'm buying the second one. I'm getting that half off, baby.
Yeah, congratulations to you.
I almost had half off on those jeans today. By the way, Vanessa's response was just wear them. I was like, you want to see this? Nobody else wants to see this.
How long would it take? I don't know that anyone would have noticed.
It had gotten to a point where it'd be pretty hard not to notice it.
Really? That big, huh? But you're also
easy there. Easy there.
Now.
Yes, the rip was
apparently
that big.
Everyone in the station just talks about how well they are or aren't in doubt anyway.
What?
We're going back.
Tracker
We're going
on
back
that?
to the track suits.
Do we have an do we have an Excel document on this? Does Bull have one?
Lima earlier today had made the joke about the jumpsuit. You could basically see everything, and then it commented that he wasn't very well endowed.
Oh.
I said it's a bold play for 6:10 in the morning to just throw that out there for everyone.
Yeah, he's married now.
He wanted to make sure everyone knew.
He's married now.
Want to make sure people weren't looking at the lines.
Maybe he's going on Halloween as somebody who's not that well equipped.
Well, I hope for him it's just a one day event.
I don't know. I don't know what people are into.
It's a real scare.
We got Josh Donaldson here, so who the hell knows?
It's a real scare for his wife if that's the Halloween play that he has.
216-474-0092. Just going to put a pin in that conversation right there. All right. Everybody now now that Daniel Jones looks like the new Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold was the new Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield was the new Geno Smith, we've now done enough of this with quarterbacks going elsewhere and having a resurgence after previously being named a bust, that everyone's looking for their next Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, what have you.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is a popular choice, right?
Yeah. He's going to get the start again this week, by the way. They just announced that about an hour ago, although he did not have a good game last week.
Yeah, but every time we say, hey, Mac Jones, could he be your veteran next year? Browns fans unilaterally go, eh.
Oh, I'm not thrilled with that prospect.
Yeah, no. And by the way, you shouldn't be. But I think we found a worse option to be the Browns' version of Baker Mayfield, and it was via Daniel Jeremiah, the NFL Network, when he appeared on the Rich Eisen show. This, I would say it's an interesting name. I don't know it's a good name.
Okay.
I would say let's see how this plays out with the rest of this quarterback class. We'll see where they're picking. And then at that point in time, you're either laying the groundwork, more foundational pieces for when that quarterback comes. You've got a chance to build up that offensive line. You've got a chance to add some weapons. That would be kind of the place that I would go, is instead of reaching for a quarterback, I would try and lay more foundation there. And then maybe you take your shot on one of these reclamation projects, that are out there. I think I've told you this before, Rich, but maybe it's because I know him and I've been close to him because Coach Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz brought him on board, but I haven't given up on Trey Lance, and maybe I'm on an island there, but that's a guy who was picked up there for a reason. The only knock on him was he didn't play. He didn't play a lot, didn't have a lot of experience, and he was raw. But he's big, he's athletic, he's got a huge arm, he's smart, he's high character. To me, and rather than reach for a quarterback you might like, not love, I'd rather continue to build up the foundation in this draft and then take a flyer on someone like that.
All right, one, does anybody notice that Daniel Jeremiah is starting to sound like Sean McVay or John Gruden?
Oh, not nasally enough for Sean McVay.
Oh, no, I just meant in the speech pattern. It's like football guys are all. It's like the monster from Stranger Things season 3, where they all just get into like a big spider-like monster.
No, Sean McVay always sounds like he just took some C2.
No, it's more like it, but it's a cadence. It's like it's the I'll tell you what, that kind of thing. That wasn't good. I know, because my Gruden sounds like a Ditka. You have to listen back to that. However,
right. Yeah, maybe I will.
All right, I can kind of buy that a Mac Jones resurgence might be possible, because I never thought I think the Patriots failed him, and then that just cascaded into him having a couple lost
and he did
years.
make a Pro Bowl, by the way. Not that means the
Rookie
world. He did accomplish things, and I think there is a through line with a lot of the quarterbacks that we're discussing. Like Baker Mayfield accomplished things in Cleveland. He did things. He was a good quarterback, and I think the through line with a lot of the reclamation projects that exist, even Daniel Jones had flashes, had moments where you're like, okay, there's something.
That one good year.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And so, I think you need to see that before you can start saying, all right, these guys are going to turn around and be something while having zero evidence of it.
Yeah, I mean, so it was kind of like the Kenny Pickett idea. What probably enraged me the most about Kenny Pickett as their reclamation project is they didn't have a better option besides Joe Flacco. Mm-hmm. If it was Kenny Pickett and Kirk Cousins, and I know Kirk isn't playing well now, I might have gone, okay, I can buy more into this because your fail-safe is Kirk Cousins. Your fail-safes were Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel, and here we are.
Yeah.
I don't mind if Trey Lance is like your plucky upstart backup who can challenge for the starting job,
which is what he is in Los Angeles right now.
Well, but he can't challenge.
Not challenging for the job,
job,
but he's like that plucky backup. Well, Harbaugh's gonna just kind of have him hang out and see if he can get better. Although I don't know really what the end game is unless Herbert just gets injured and then he can just come in and maybe be serviceable.
I just think it's crazy with Lance. It's like This guy had 17 starts in college, which is well below the previous number of 25 career starts. But now, I mean, teams want 30 starts.
Let's tag this on a little bit. And this is where maybe I think there might be something with Trey Lance. First off, the idea that he's younger than Bo Nix. He's younger than Michael Penix. Like, he's only 25 years old. He's younger than Tyler Shuck. Like, he still has some youth to him. But you mentioned the lack of starts in college. You know how many passes he threw in high school? It's going to blow your mind. It's an insane number.
17.
99.
Okay, that's not enough.
In all of high school, he threw 99 passes. And then you mentioned the 17 games he had in college. The numbers are bananas at the FCS level. But it's like so it's between high school and college, you played collectively like 23 games. Like such a short number of games. And then in the NFL, it's not like you've seen the field for anything more than 4 in San Francisco.
He's got 5 starts in 13 games.
Yeah.
But I think my point is, like, all those other guys had played so much football. Daniel Jones, multi-year starter. Mac Jones, multi-year starter. Baker, multi-year starter, and played at 2 different colleges. Like they had a threshold of quarterback play. It was about, can you get a coach that believes in them and then just says, hey, what do you like to do? What do you feel comfortable doing? And actually doing that. With Trey Lance, has he played enough football to know?
Yeah, that's my big question. I don't know that he has, but also then isn't that kind of wild that he's made $35 million in his career based off of...
It's good to be the number 3 pick.
Based off of so few actual passes in life?
So it is, but I think this is the trick question. Like in baseball, this happens all the time. The Guardians have a couple guys where they just haven't fit what they've wanted to do, and so they've gotten these truncated sample sizes, and then they get run out of town. Gio Urshela, Jesus Aguilar, the first run on Nolan Jones. And so then you prematurely run them out.
Ernie Clement.
And with each one of those guys, and not Ernie Clement, but with Aguilar and Urshela, I remember thinking, if they just go and play every day for a year and a half, I think they'll figure it out, because they've got something. But they just don't have something you need right now because it's not immediate. I think the problem with Trey Lance is he needs the thing that you don't get in the NFL, which is he needs to start for 2 years in a place where there's no expectations, where there's a good enough ecosystem to help him like actually have a chance to succeed, and he can just play no matter how good he is.
Okay, but the hard part about that is that he's got to showcase to somebody that he is better than what he was in San Francisco. And maybe Harbaugh has gotten him to that spot. Harbaugh's great with quarterbacks, obviously.
People remember that damn preseason game. I know it's silly, but people still talk about that.
Well, but think about how bad he was in practices in San Francisco. He got 4 games, and obviously the very famous, takeaway was the idea that Shanahan's dad came to one of the practices and was like, Brock Purdy's better than him. What are you guys doing? After they just spent 3 first-round picks on getting Trey Lance, and he's like, no, Brock Purdy's the better quarterback. But Brock Purdy at that point was behind Garoppolo. He was behind, and maybe this is just some, obviously, them rewriting history in a nice way, but he was behind Trey Lance. He was behind Garoppolo, and they were like, it's so obvious Purdy is better. And so I don't know. Maybe it just always was going to end this way with Trey Lance anyway.
Can I tell you why I don't? Okay, can I tell you the scenario in which I actually would do this?
Okay.
If it wasn't a system head coach. Because I think it's fair to say, like with Deshaun Watson. Like with Deshaun Watson, when Deshaun came here, do I think he was a broken human? Yes, very likely. Do I also think that it did him no favors to play in a system that Kevin Stefanski felt comfortable in that Deshaun didn't? 100%. So I can understand if Trey just didn't fit the system they wanted to run in San Francisco, whether it was terminology, whether it was just the simplicity of what they want quarterbacks to do. Again, shut up and throw the ball.
Yeah.
I could see, like, and not this head coach, but like a Bill O'Brien who says, I'm going to build this offense around what you do well, and we'll see where you go from there.
What he needs,
I just don't think that's Cleveland with Kevin Stefanski.
I don't think it is either. What he needs is something like what Spencer Rattler just got offered this year with the Saints. That's honestly what he needs, and I don't know that he's going to get that break. I really don't. Harbaugh would have to do a lot of selling on his behalf, but it seems like right now Harbaugh really likes him as a backup, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, but I think 8 games isn't enough.
I like the premise that you're throwing out. I mean, 6'4". We know the arm that he does offer up. Like there is a lot there. It's just how it ended in San Francisco and being beaten out on the practice field by Brock Purdy consistently is just staying in my brain.
You heard the name there from Daniel Jeremiah. Is Trey Lance our potential Baker Mayfield, our reclamation project? And there's another thing that he said there that Daniel Jeremiah did. I understand the premise. It's very hard to be that patient in football, and certainly here in Cleveland. We'll tell you what that is in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Daisy French Onion. Dip there.
stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Daryl Ryder. I bet you he loves Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm basically setting up to fail because if he craps on it, I'm going to just ream him in 20 minutes.
Daryl went to a Halloween costume party last weekend, so I think he's going to be in the pro Halloween camp, right?
He better be. Because if he goes full Mad Dog Russo, I will make fun of him.
I mean, who could hate Halloween? Let's be honest. Who could honestly
Chris
hate
Mad
Halloween?
Dog Russo.
He's the only one I can think of. And it's such a out there take that I'm just convinced he just did it for TV.
Now, one of the things, we just played Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. He was on Rich Eisen show talking about the Browns should take the long route. They should focus on other needs, build a foundation, and take a flyer on a reclamation project like a Trey Lance. Now, we dealt with the problematic part of this, which is Trey Lance has a combined 22 starts between college and the pros, and as you pointed out, he threw 99 passes in high school as well.
Yeah.
So that's just like there is like a certain amount of football that you have to play, and you can't shortcut that. So you got to find those starts in the NFL, and that's going to take a butt ton of patience. The idea, though, of build the foundation and then find the quarterback later, is there a perfect time to find a franchise quarterback? Because I think Daniel's espousing some magical moment that doesn't usually conspire or reveal itself in the NFL.
Well, it's also, it's built on the premise that you will find the quarterback as if you could just do it in the snap of the fingers. And as every Browns fan listening right now understands, that's not how this works.
Correct.
I think that's probably why a Browns fan, if anyone, is best equipped to handle and to do a conversation like this. It's because everyone here comes with the idea that you can't just snap your fingers and make it all come together. It doesn't really work that way.
Yeah, and like, listen, if you could tell me you had the number 2 pick in this year's draft, so Mendoza goes 1 to the Saints, you get the number 2 pick, and then maybe, maybe the number 18 pick, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you get the wide receiver at 18 and you get like a Reuben Bain with the number 2 pick. Okay, but you haven't really addressed the thing that you need. And by the way, I'd feel different if there was a veteran quarterback this offseason that made you think. Like, Tua might be available, but that's not going to make you think good things, and he can't play in cold weather. Wrong place to play.
Yeah.
There's no other veteran quarterback that might shake free as of right. You want Geno Smith after he's flushed out of Vegas?
No, we've talked about all sorts of like random quarterbacks, like Kyler Murray, guys like that.
Like Mac Jones.
No one great is going to pop up.
So I just, listen, if you're not in a position to take a quarterback, we are all in agreement, don't force it.
Mm-hmm.
And but forcing it is relative. Like, people thought the Broncos were forcing it with Bo Nix, that he just happened to fit exactly what Sean Payton wants.
Yeah.
I also, by the way, I think I love the comparison for Fernando Mendoza that he's Matt Ryan. If he is...
Hey, Matt Ryan won a league MVP.
Yes, exactly.
We just need to not speak of Matt Ryan as if he was some sort of... I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying in general, though. Like, I think people hear Matt Ryan, and they might as well hear Kirk Cousins.
I agree,
and that's just
100%. Well, but by the way, Mendoza fits
also,
what I think
Matt Ryan had him in a Super Bowl up 28-3 in the same year that he won league MVP. Like, if you're telling me I have a quarterback that can take you to a Super Bowl while winning league MVP, who's saying that's a bad thing?
Well, and I think forcing it is relative. I think is maybe the point I'm making. If Mendoza's there and he's your Matt Ryan, I don't know you're going to win a Super Bowl with that, but could you go on a 10-year run of winning, which is what you need to be right now? 100%. Like, what you really just... When I think of forcing it, I think of a guy who has very little chance of making it and who's likely to be a bust. And so that there's a couple factors that go into it.
Yeah.
But like Kenny Pickett was a force-it quarterback with the 20th pick. If he had been taken with the 48th pick, it wouldn't have been a force-it pick.
Let me tell you what I heard earlier today from people that would that do this. They told me that they expect 8 quarterbacks, Nick, to go in the first 2 rounds. The expectation as of right now, like if you were to do the NFL draft tomorrow, the expectation is that there'd be about 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round and about 3 in the second round, about 8 between the first 2 rounds. There's going to be a bunch of different quarterbacks that are taken.
So it's different from 2018 because Sam Darnold had franchise quarterback written all over him. I think people looked at Josh Allen as a project, but they saw it.
But there will be people that sign up for the Josh Allen project of it all, that look at someone and say, and in many ways, I think this is what they thought with Trey Lance. You talk about a lot of Trey Lance. Trey Lance was taken because of Josh Allen and the success of Josh Allen.
100%. But I just, okay, build the foundation. Cool. You're not guaranteed anything in the future that you're going to be in a position to get a quarterback.
Yeah.
I think we oversimplify. You only draft a quarterback in the top 10 if they're going to be a franchise quarterback. If they can be a top 12, top 13 quarterback, you should look at that as a massive success if you're Cleveland, because you're just trying to get to the stabilized point of trying to win consecutive years. We'll worry about winning championships 5 years from now.
It's funny when you say it, because that's exactly what Baker Mayfield was offering up, and the Browns decided to shake their head and say no thank you. In the AFC North, where you have Lamar, Joe Burrow, and at the time Ben Roethlisberger, they're like, you have to have an elite quarterback. You have to have a top 5, and it's just not how you need to operate or think at this point. But I don't know if the Browns have learned their lesson from that. I don't know.
Now, speaking of learning lessons, Andy Baskin today, it's Halloween. Andy Baskin bestowed some, I would say, age-old wisdom on listeners earlier today on Baskin and Phelps.
I saw this morning, and I never realized it until I saw Mackenzie jump in on this too. Candy corn, good or bad, and then I never realized why candy corn was called candy corn until today.
Really?
Yeah. Do you know why?
Yeah.
Why? I don't.
It's because of how it's shaped. It's shaped like corn kernels.
Right.
Well, right.
And if you stack it up,
right,
it actually looks like an ear of corn.
An ear of corn.
I never once.
Really?
I never thought about it. And 2, I saw it, and someone had stacked them up, and I was like, wow, I never realized that.
All right, Dan wins that whole segment.
That was very nice of Dan.
Midwest nice.
That was one of the. How? What?
I also like.
How did you live life this long?
I just also like the Mackenzie. You can get in on this one as well.
Well, do you think that means
we need a quorum here?
Did he think Mackenzie wouldn't know, and that was going to be supporting his case?
Okay, no, I think he really wanted to have a conversation on whether anyone knew about candy corn or not. I think there was a fact-finding mission.
To be fair, I thought he was going to go somewhere like a long story of the root of it or something. Not that it literally looks like corn, no dip. Like, what?
You thought something in-depth
for
was going to happen
sure.
here.
Yeah, I was like, enlighten me. I'd love to hear this, And then he's like, it looks like corn. Well, yeah.
All right, somebody needs to send this directly to Andy Baskin, because this Mackenzie versus Baskin is the feud that I need.
She makes a good point, though. It's kind of like if Baskin was like, hey, did you guys know we ever landed on the moon? And then you're like, yeah, all right, what else you got off this? What other fun fact you got? Yeah, so they landed on the moon. It's like, can you give me something more than that? Where's the payoff here?
Guys, I found this new drink. It's called beer. And have you ever heard of alcohol before?
Yeah, no. Have you heard of an IPA?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what else we have off this?
It's fruit in a beer. It's a fruit beer.
It's a fruit beer.
Yeah. It's
groundbreaking stuff.
People tell me they've been around for a while, but I just thought that was a rumor.
What a Space Cadet moment, man! I love basketball. What a Space Cadet moment.
Listen,
we all have them.
We are Team Baskin. We are Team Baskin Phelps. We love Andy and Jeff. The only regret that I have is that Jeff is in Seattle visiting family, and Jeff wasn't there.
Jeff's reaction would have been great.
Because here's the thing: you and I would have walked into the Cold War. Yeah. There are times like Andy and Jeff
bickering more and more these days.
They are.
They're really going after.
And when they actually fight, you can tell when it's a radio fight and when it's a real fight. On air, you can't. But I know when we walk into the studio. And it's just like, oh, it's 12 degrees colder in here. What's going on here?
Yeah, something happened.
Candy corn would have made it 30 degrees colder.
I just love the idea of Baskin being like, I'm going to go for it here. I'm going to bring up this. Where do you think he saw that? You think Facebook was the breaking ground for Baskin on this one?
I really hope he's not learning things on Facebook.
It's got to be a Facebook post.
I like
it's the only place that would author that up and be like, whoa, groundbreaking.
I like that we're in on social media. It's like, the moon landing was fake. The government's secretly run by tortoises. And then Andy's Facebook is candy corn. You guys want to really blow your mind a little bit?
Let me blow your mind on this Halloween.
Move over. Red Hat tweets we got candy corn, boys.
I hate how Facebook's got to the point where it's giving me such useless knowledge that isn't even close to knowledge. I don't even want to fact check it anymore.
I think you just described all social media.
Earlier today, it was Simon Cowell says he won't give any of his $600 million inheritance to his son, and I was like, oh, geez, I didn't. And I was like, I'm not even going to fact check if this is true or not.
Yeah,
this is a dumb story.
Well, I just like to assume that if Facebook tells me Simon Cowell's secretly a jag, I'll be like, there's nothing. It's like candy corn. There's no secret here. We all kind of figured that he's a jag.
Wait, it wasn't a bit? No. American Idol wasn't a bit?
No, he's really just a rude Englishman. Daryl Ryder talks candy corn. And Trey Lance in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The NFL trade deadline is 4 p.m. Tuesday. Stay here for all the latest from Berea and all across the league. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
And Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
As we do this week and during the bye week, you watch all these plays together, and you're kicking yourself because it's one thing here and then it's one thing there where it's just stopping you from hitting those shots. They're there. They will continue to be there, but we have to do our job. Again, it's not a player thing. It's an all of us thing. We have to do our job in terms of making sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be, and then we can start to hit these shots.
Halloween, candy corn, Big Ben, candy corn. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Call that a callback.
It was actually decent, only based off of the Baskin impression.
Not bad, right?
Yeah, because the Big Ben, you inserted it in there. No music underneath by Jax, though.
No, we just
couldn't help him out, huh?
We raw dogged it, and that sometimes
a real freestyle.
I have heard sometimes got a raw dog on Halloween.
Whoa, is that Eminem?
Show me your tricks, big boy.
Wilson?
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back. Happy Halloween, everybody. Happy New League Year. That's another callback. I'm just seeing how many people I can take shots at on this station.
Sometimes we act like Fridays don't count.
That's true.
They just anything goes.
Yeah, it's like
by Monday everyone forgets.
It's like carbs on Fat Tuesday. They do not count.
No, not at all.
So a shot for you, a shot for everyone. But there were other things I was going to say. But you heard Kevin Stefanski there from the Stefanski Show yesterday talking about the opportunities that are there for the quarterback if the quarterback wants to take him up on him and actually make the throws. To talk about the quarterback, Dylan Gabriel. To talk about potential quarterback, Trey Lance. Maybe some candy corn. Who the hell knows? We welcome on the Fan Hotline, Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys. Trick or treat.
Trick or treat. Smell my feet.
Oh, Daryl, you're downtown Daryl now, and the difference in living downtown is that you don't get trick-or-treaters.
I thought that's because he lives downtown.
He lives downtown.
I thought it was because he likes to go
when
downtown.
you were in your house, I don't know if you had any at your house, but you got a better chance there. Downtown. When I lived downtown, I would buy candy every single year, and then every single year it was just candy I ate. No trick-or-treaters ever came. One of the actual upsets of living early on in my life was me buying so much candy, getting ready. When I lived in Montana for my first Halloween,
you had to eat it all by yourself.
I just had to eat it all. That's all it was, and that's what I for the first 7 years of me living in apartments, I just became convinced that's all Halloween was me picking up my favorite candy every year.
I actually think, Daryl, I think you should just go out on the street and start handing candy out to small children.
Yeah, that's gonna make a lot of sense for people.
Yeah, there are no small children in the neighborhood right now. They're Nick.
Well, you got to go find them.
I mean, they look like grown adults to me.
So I've never understood that part of Halloween though. The check your kid's bag part of Halloween.
Yeah.
As if
make sure there's
drug
no
dealers
razor
are
blades in it. You've never heard of doing that for your kid.
No, as if drug dealers are just going to put drugs in your kids. No, they're going to sell the drugs.
Yeah, drug
they're
dealers
not just
don't give
out
them away
free
for
drugs.
free.
Everyone's so good.
Ask any drug addict. They don't get them for free.
You got to make sure your Snickers aren't laced with. What are you talking about? They don't just give out drugs for free. This isn't how this works.
You know that my theory on this, and welcome to the show, Daryl. My theory on this is that parents were the ones that put the razor blade in the candy bar and then showed another parent. And then it became this conspiracy so parents could do the dad tax and the mom tax for Halloween candy without looking like jerks for stealing candy from your kids.
It's a good theory.
I just want to know what candy you guys give away.
I don't give anything
I have
away. 6
different candies selected right now. Well, first I bought this like Sour Patch Kids hybrid situation mixed with the gummy bear situation, all these other things. But now because I ate all those, I'm down to Reese's. I have Snickers. I have Hershey's. I have peanut M&Ms because I like those better than regular M&Ms. And I have Twizzlers. We got a good
basically
foundation.
You bought candy for yourself to consume and not to give out to these kids.
No, the problem in an embarrassing moment, Daryl, I bought candy for the Halloween people, and then I ate it all in 2 weeks. And so yesterday I had to reload.
Well,
that was the problem.
Daryl, shouldn't you buy
Not
candy
a great moment for me.
that you yourself like in case you have leftovers? You don't want to be stuck with candy you don't want. Like, anytime we do that, Vanessa just makes me take it to work and put it on the table, and then Baskin and Phelps take it.
Yeah, well, that's what I used to do, Nick, is I would buy a bunch of Reese Cups and a bunch of Snickers bars, and you're right, I kept the proceeds.
Daryl, what's your worst favorite candy? The one you know is despicable to people.
I would have to say the different flavored Tootsie Rolls, not the chocolate Tootsie Rolls, but the other flavors. I could never get into any of those. The lemon and the vanilla and all that. Yeah, no, thank you.
I can. I like to party.
I like those too.
I like to party.
I like those too.
All right, Daryl. Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah said the Cleveland Browns should not take a quarterback in 2026. They should build the foundation, and then he suggested taking trying to find your Daniel Jones, trying to find your Baker Mayfield, the Reclamation Project, and the name he went with was Trey Lance. What do you think about that plan?
Just take a ball peen hammer to my skull now, because that just means we have more bad football we have to suffer through after this year.
I didn't know that was on the table, but now that I know, I think it's Trey Lance thing.
Halloween, so no one would notice if I got half a hammer sticking out of my head.
Celebrated, Daryl.
Unless you watch the movie Halloween, and that's exactly how it's celebrated.
All right, let me throw a different name your way that has been brought up a lot today. How about Will Levis for the Browns?
That's worse.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, this is. You guys got to do better. You got to give me some better options.
We don't endorse any of these.
Listen, I feel like I'm getting the trick and not the treat here on Halloween.
Listen, if you want a trick in downtown Cleveland, walk a block or two, friend.
I walked right into that one.
You sure did. Yeah, that's usually how it happens. Now,
he's talking downtown.
Now, you heard Stefanski from the Coach's Show at the top of this hour about a year ago. I want to play one more piece of sound from Kevin yesterday on the Coach's Show talking about Dylan's role in the offense and what they can do better. Here we go.
Big picture, young quarterbacks are going to have, struggles at times in a game, could be a quarter, whatever it is. And obviously you hope with these young guys that they're all continuing to get better. And I know the quarterback position gets magnified in that discussion as well. But you're trying to just stack days, you're trying to stack games on top of each other. And I think there's been some really good moments. I think there's things that we can do better around him. And again, I put that on me and the coaches and certainly his teammates where we can support him. And then when it's there, we got to trust that he'll let it rip and we'll come away with that play that we're just not making at this moment in that game to flip the game.
So twice yesterday he said Dylan's got to let it rip, and he said plays are there, implying that plays are there, Dylan's not making them. I think that's as much, I know it's not direct criticism, but that's as much indirect criticism as I think I've heard Kevin Stefanski give Dylan on any level. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I actually appreciate Kevin saying what we all know and all have seen. So I agree with everything he said, and you're right, he is very careful to make sure that nothing he says becomes headline-worthy. He tries to keep any criticism of players to a bare minimum as to, again, not make that a story. But look, you can't deny what we've watched for the last 4 weeks, and that is an undersized quarterback taken in the third round when he shouldn't have been, struggle mightily to do anything other than check the football down, take what the defense gives him. And it's no wonder that they are 1-3 in his 4 starts.
Do you think Stefanski, and I will bury into this as well, do you think they regret taking Dylan Gabriel?
No, I would say no, just from the perspective of in their view, 4 games is not nearly long enough of a sample size to determine whether or not he can be successful in this league. It's good enough for me. I have seen nothing that excites me about watching Dylan Gabriel play the sport of football at this level. He was fun to watch in college, of course, but no. He is absolutely zero fun watching as quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
I honestly cannot remember if we asked you this on Monday. It's been a long week. So I'll ask you again, just in case I didn't. Then what do you think? If Kevin Stefanski's saying this now, going into the bye, what do you think Dylan Gabriel's leash is?
I'd say 2 to 3 more games. Listen, they are not ready to put Shedeur Sanders on the field just yet. And of course, whatever the severity of this back injury that kept him inactive last week, that slows things up a little bit, but they're not even giving him first-team reps in practice right now. They were giving Dylan Gabriel OTA reps with the first-team offense, so they're clearly not ready for Shedeur to see the field just yet, so I think we're a couple more starts away. I would say this, though, and certainly understand the circumstances with Miami because of the weather, but not understand it against the Patriots, who had the 24th ranked pass defense. If you can't go out there and light up the New York Football Jets, I don't know what to tell you. And then that's who he's going to face coming out of the bye week. So there will be opportunity for him to look good against a very terrible football team. And again, if he can't do that, then I just don't know what we're doing here.
Darryl, Bill Barnwell came out with a list of all sorts of players that he thought could be moved before the deadline, and he had about 8 different Browns players. But he had Jerry Jeudy on there. Yeah, a lot of Browns players. But Jerry Jeudy was there. Should we be thinking about Jerry Jeudy in a potential move?
Never say never. I mean, the obvious players are guys like Shelby Harris in the final year of their contract. Jerry just got a contract extension last year after that trade from Denver. Now, we got good Jerry Jeudy. We got motivated Jerry Jeudy last year. Now we're getting a guy that, well, quite frankly, looks the way he did with the Denver Broncos, a guy that's frustrated, a guy that's not catching the football with consistency. So I don't even know what his trade value would be at this point. And the only thing that I could think of is that other teams look at what has happened here in Cleveland and just completely blame it 100% on the quarterback situation. He only got 2 targets in the last game, which is ridiculous for someone who is supposed to be your number 1 receiver, even if he isn't a prototypical number 1 receiver. But I kind of feel like Shelby Harris is a candidate to be moved. I know Mary Kay has said absolutely not. The Browns are not trading David Njoku, but yeah, I mean, if Andrew Berry gets offered something substantial to make that move, Njoku's in the final year of his contract. They drafted Harold Fannin Jr. They signed 2 guys, 2 tight ends earlier this week, one to the practice squad and one to the active roster. That one was actually a waiver claim. So they clearly fortified the tight end room for some interesting reason going into a bye week. So I would still keep my eyes open for a David Njoku trade. But I posted this earlier today because I know the Myles Garrett conversation continues to roll along with Charles Robinson saying the Eagles would have thought about giving the Browns 3 first-round picks for Garrett. And he's not hearing that from Philadelphia. I will say Andrew Berry moves in silence. Just about every significant trade he has made has come out of nowhere. The Jerry Jeudy trade out of nowhere. The trade down with Jacksonville out of nowhere. Amari Cooper out of nowhere. Really the only trade that we saw potentially coming was Deshaun Watson because the pursuit of him was just so public. But Andrew Berry tends to keep things on the down low, and he likes it when the GMs that he's working with on these trades pay him the same respect and do the same. So I would be very cautious about some of the noise you might be hearing concerning the Cleveland Browns going up to the trade deadline.
All right, Darryl, I know that there are cap reasons that make it real tough to do. I know the Browns have come out and said definitively, no chance you have a better chance of winning the lottery. They're so funny. But if, I know the Eagles might be hot on the pursuit of Myles Garrett. Is 3 picks whether it's from Philadelphia or Dallas, is 3 first-round picks enough to get the Browns at least talking about whether they'd move Myles Garrett?
Well, Andrew Berry's not doing his job if he doesn't pick up the phone and at least answer. I would say this: the problem with the Eagles picks are we all know if Garrett goes there, they're probably going to be 31 or 32. Which is basically a second-round pick. So I don't know that the true value is going to be there. For me, I think that trade would need to be a little more expansive than just those 3 first-round picks because, again, if Garrett ends up with the Eagles, I anticipate Philadelphia is going to be playing in some Super Bowls. And so it's not like a situation with Jacksonville when the Browns traded down with them. We were sitting here hoping, okay, this could potentially be a tough season for the Jaguars. Maybe that pick is in the upper to mid-teens with them missing the playoffs. Right now, it doesn't look like they're going to miss the playoffs. It's looking like it's going to be a lower teens pick, but still, there's pretty much no hope of that with Philadelphia. Those first-round picks are going to be sitting right next to the second round as opposed to being in the middle of the first, which, from my standpoint, devalues that particular trade. But Andrew Berry has to listen if the phone rings, so whether or not he would be willing to pull the trigger, well, that's, I think, a different conversation.
Daryl, great stuff as always. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
All right, sounds good, guys. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Great stuff with Daryl. We'll react to what he had to say and maybe beg the question, what did the Browns expect to happen in this situation? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dustin. Joining me on the hotline as we do each and every week is Dr. James Oliger from the Center for Orthopedics with an injury update. I want to talk today
Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
All eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Afternoon Drive. In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here.
It's
Nick,
incredibly dark.
It is. Yeah. So we're at the
Harry
Buffalo in Lakewood. Thank you for the save there. My brain was skitzing out. I definitely have just hit the point where I had a lot of wings.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of jalapeno poppers. And now Daddy just wants to climb up in the bar and take a nap.
Well, again, the darkness is not helping me here.
No. It's definitely there, but we've definitely reached that point where this window was our best friend for most of the show.
Yeah.
But everything was like almost whited out on the YouTube channel because it was so bright. Now we're going the opposite way. It looks like you and I are in our mom's basement.
Oh, it kind of, so Mac pulled it up. It looks like we're in like a cabin in the woods.
Yeah, you know what though? I kind of like it. It's very Halloween.
We're about to go ice fishing here? Is that what's happening?
If that's what you want to call it. It's only going to be you and me.
Yeah, well, it's not like they put like 7 people in those.
Some people call it spelunking. There's a lot of different ways.
You guys order the clowns?
You know those little huts that people just go ice fishing in? Have you ever done that?
I heard that they bring in the worst part of society, though.
Really? Why is that?
Yeah, those ice shanties. It
kind of sounds like a good time. I'd like to do it once in life. Where you just hang out and just drink all day and just you pretend like you're doing something. But in reality, I think me and fishing would get along really well, if I'm going to be honest about it.
All right. As you and I age now, your daughters are still young for us to do this.
Yeah.
But once both your girls are in school,
yeah,
I think you and I just take up like fly fishing.
I think that'd be a lot of fun.
And then like the show bonding is you and me going to Canada. And we can broadcast from the cabin, and then we'll go out and fly fish.
Fly fishing might even be...
get absolute wrecked.
So fly fishing might even be a little too much energy for what I'm my output.
You don't want to have to move your arm like 3 times.
And then you
just literally want to cast the line and wait.
Yes, exactly.
You can just come to my pond for that.
I might. Maybe that's what this turns into. Is me just going to your pond and just kind of waiting.
Well, it's funny.
The fly fishers get in the water. They actually get in the water. I kind of like the idea of just hanging out on the boat, and then just whatever comes to you, comes to you.
Yeah, no, I hate. Well, I shouldn't say hate.
Or even our shanty, the ice hut.
Yeah,
we're at least in there. It's cold, but that's fine because we're just drinking and having a good time.
Yeah. See, the reason why. So one, boat, waves. I don't really get motion sickness, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. And like I remember my mom and her boyfriend, who's since passed, John. They would go out on Lake Erie, and there'd be times where they'd catch like 15 fish.
Yeah.
And there'd be times they'd come back with like one baby, whatever. And they wouldn't even bring back babies, but they'd come back and they'd be like, yeah, we didn't catch anything.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you were out there for 12 hours.
I mean, that's the spirit of the game.
You're burnt to a crisp.
That's the game.
Like, I need to catch at least one fish. What spoiled me is I grew up, my grandmother, my grandfather built a pond when they built their dream house in Chatham in 1975. And they stocked it. And to this day, it is fully stocked with bass and with bluegill and with a couple catfish, a couple other like cleaner fish, right?
Yeah.
So we've trained these fish over 50 years. You just throw bread in and they just nibble. So you can catch a fish as easy as chuck that line out there and you're going to get something with it if like 3 or 4 line casts. That's not how any other fishing works, which is not good for my ADHD brain because I'm like, clearly, I've cast it 5 times. I should have 3 fish by
To
now.
me, it wouldn't be about the fish. To me, it'd be about the drinking first, and then the fish is secondary to it. But it's just a fun activity to kind of take up in part of this.
I like the ice shanty. I'm down with the ice shanty. I just would like to go fishing also somewhere warm.
Warm is nice.
Like Canada in summer.
Okay.
That feels more my speed.
Yeah.
I think living in Ohio, I don't get people who are like, I live in Ohio, and then I'm going to go to Canada and ice fish, or Minnesota and ice fish, when you already live in Ohio.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of like, I travel and go to different spots, and I'll go to different golf courses, it's like, it's different terrain. It's different fish.
But that's a warm weather thing.
It's different fish are even going after. Like, it's got to be, I don't know, it's playing a different course.
You know what we got to do?
What's that?
We got to find a way to bully, guilt, something Joe Thomas into taking us fishing in Minnesota.
See, now, Mac, you know what we're doing now? We're going back into, I don't know if you've forgotten about this, Mac. I'm sure you remember, Nick. We came up with the idea that, because Travis Hunter is a big fisherman, and if the Browns were going to take Travis Hunter, we wanted to take him out on a boat and do a broadcast with Travis Hunter from Lake Erie.
Yep.
And it would have been great. It would have been awesome. Like, it would have just been like, hey, Travis, we're going to hang out with you. We'll do the interview the entire time. We'll also fish a little bit. We'll drink some beers, although I think we found out later that he doesn't even drink.
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of have a good
More
time.
for you and me.
Exactly right. He doesn't have to be peer pressured into any of that. He can just hang out and fish. What we need is to do a remote on a boat.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't see. Can we
make it rhyme that way, too.
Can we do a remote on a boat?
On a boat.
Without the remote?
Just be on a boat?
With Joe Thomas and a copious amount of beer, and then he teaches us how to like fish.
Yeah, that's a good time.
Because Joe's a good hang regardless. I imagine you get a half case of something in Joe, little Bud Light in Joe, and our sponsor for today. Thank you very much. A little Bud Light and Joe, 12 of them, and I bet you Joe's even more fun.
Yeah,
and he's a cheaper date now because he weighs like 235 pounds, so it only takes like 15 beers to get him buzzed now.
Yeah, and you two are both considerably larger than I am. So the thought in my mind would come across just the idea that like if we all got hammered on a boat,
you'd be like 6 beers in and slurring.
You guys could easily just toss me over, and I'd have no repercussion there.
You'd be the worst.
I don't like
putting
putting myself in that situation. If
You'd
I'm
be the
being honest.
worst. We're not going to throw you over.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that.
We'd bring a much leaner person, right? Because I'm assuming fish like leaner meat. I'm guessing.
Okay. I was once. Let me tell you a quick story. I was once. It was at one of the radio jobs I was at in Houston, and they asked. There was like a whole like company thing where they were asking like different questions and different things like that, and they had us all like broken down into groups, and they were like, so like on an island, who in your table would you be taking with you? And it's like this like big serious type thing, and I looked at the smallest guy and I said him because I know if times became tough, he's not going to be able to kill me.
Yeah,
like I got him, and they didn't love that answer at all. That was not good for business.
No, why? Why didn't they like that answer?
Didn't
You're
love
being
it.
pragmatic.
It was not the vibe of the whole exercise.
Don't ask a problematic question if you don't want a problematic answer.
I think they wanted to be like, oh, I'd get along with Andy because Andy is funny, and so then we would just tell jokes and we'd pass the time until
Until you
SOS,
starved to death?
until people came and saw it, and I'm like, no, I take that guy because I'm pretty confident that guy can't kill me.
But see, the problem
fairly
is,
confident I got
like
that guy.
I would take somebody like you.
Yeah,
because Andy sounds too small.
Yeah.
Whereas if push comes to shove, I'm going to have to take you out.
No, I know that's the problem. Like you and Joe Thomas on a boat.
You've got enough sustenance.
If something happens, you and Joe Thomas on the boat, I'm not really standing much of a chance.
Like if I find a way to cool the body for long enough,
yeah,
I could get a couple weeks meat out.
Oh
of
yeah,
you.
I'm 6'2", 225. Like you got that'll take a long time.
Yeah.
But
again,
if I was on an island,
I don't see you as a threat.
If I was on with like Tom Hanks and Wilson,
yeah,
like he's gonna be all right.
That'd actually be a really great that'd be a great matchup. You versus Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I think I'd take him at this point.
I don't think so.
I'm fairly confident
now,
I got him.
Not,
yeah, I mean he's older.
96 Hanks.
Oh, you mean prime
like
Tom Hanks?
The Wilson that was on.
There's no way Tom Hanks is like a good uppercut or anything to even knock me out to begin with.
Oh, this is how he gets you.
I watch too much
this
of
is how Hanks gets you.
Larry Crown, he seems like the softest human imaginable.
That's a character.
Yes.
Now, see,
yes,
you're falling for the public image of Tom Hanks. The man has raised 3 sons. He's raised a daughter. He's married to Rita Wilson. This is a man who,
the public image is all we have of Tom Hanks.
Yeah, but I'm just
saying.
That
is the true, authentic Tom Hanks.
This is a man who had to scrounge as a living before becoming a famous
Woody
actor.
in Toy Story to me. I mean, what am I? Who's out to Woody from Toy Story?
This is how you end up the dead one. You always think
I'm
of
picking
your
you,
opponent.
Hanks.
This is how you
bring it on, Tom.
Think of your opponent as the most extreme version of them in the best sense. And then think if you can take them. Because if you're just like, Woody will never kill me.
There was never a ripped Tom Hanks, though.
Doesn't have to be ripped to have good cardio.
Yeah, he probably does have good cardio.
He's got to. I mean, he
really got
older,
screwed
really
over in that movie, did he not, though? He really did.
Which
Wilson,
movie?
With Wilson and the volleyball and everything.
He was on a deserted island.
Yeah, but he came back, and the woman that he was engaged to was already married and had already moved on, and it was just... That's tough, man.
No, all I heard is he's single, and he's been out in the wilderness, and he's cut because he's lost a lot of weight. You know, like he's trimmed. That's as good as he's going to look.
His job had left him. His fiance had left him, and married some dentist. Like he was just gone.
He went on he went on a mission after that, and it was just years of just anything that moves.
So if Joe Thomas comes on a boat trip with us, I'd like to take Mac along as well.
I think Mac could take you.
Now you're just saying hurtful things to say hurtful things.
I think you guys are.
I don't even think Mac would agree that Mac could take me.
Mac, do you think you could take Jonathan?
I think I can catch you off guard.
Come on.
I mean, you did underestimate Tom Hanks.
Come on, let's just
the guy survived on a deserted island for untold amount of time, and you think you could just take him?
One slip, you're going overboard.
Let's stop saying hurtful things now, okay, guys?
I'm just saying, Mac is a confident man.
All right, do I need to go lower? Do I need to go to like Jax or someone like that? Is Jax now on the boat?
That's too gamey.
Whoa.
I mean, maybe Jax is the right call. He's a great hang. You know, he's a good time.
Yeah.
And push comes to shove. I'm sorry, buddy. There's no chance you're surviving there.
I disagree.
You think you could take me too?
Yeah, I mean, if we're on a boat, anything goes. Like,
you think you could take Nick?
Go for the
knees.
knees.
You bastards would be dead in 5 minutes.
Let's see how far the ego goes. Mac, you think you could take Nick as well?
He wants to say.
Yeah, he does.
He wants to say yes, but he knows the truth.
Yeah, catch him off guard.
Yeah,
All
you,
right.
think, you can take me,
That
JB?
exercise made me feel
you
a lot
think you
better.
can take me, JB?
No.
Okay,
I
that's
wouldn't
fair.
even try.
No, see, that's
the problem with you and Joe Thomas. I would just have to be like, I guess I'm dead here.
You'd have to pit the two gorillas against each other.
I know what it is I don't even give you a chance to go ahead and do what you need to do as far as killing me. I just jump over. I just jump over the boat.
Oh, I didn't know.
We just call it a day.
I don't know if you go to Joe and be like, Nick keeps talking about trying to kill you. That's the smart play. That's how you got to do it.
Yeah.
That's how Hanks would do it.
That's how Hanks would do it.
In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
56 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Partly cloudy and breezy overnight tonight. Low of 47.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here live from the Hairy Buffalo in Lakewood. I want to say a quick thank you to our sponsor for today, Bud Light. Definitely want to say thank you to the staff here at the Hairy Buffalo who's been awesome to us all day long. They got us fed, which is really all you need to do with me. They also watered me a couple times. But no, it was great. It's, if you guys haven't been out here, it is a great spot to hang out, especially here on a Halloween night. So stop on by even as we're heading out here. Do want to also say thank you to our guest for the day, Chris Fedor at 420. Really strong stuff on Evan Mobley, his development and impatience from Cavs fans. And then Daryl Ryder earlier. That was like half a football conversation. It was a lot of candy conversation, but it was about a half a football conversation as well.
Hey, gearing you guys up for your hangout tomorrow.
Yeah. So he's coming over. We're continuing the renovation on the dining room, and so we'll be putting trim in. We're going to be getting some wainscoting in, and that's going to be my day tomorrow.
Is it just a Saturday or Saturday and Sunday?
I think it's just a Saturday.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, so you'll have Sunday to be able to watch football, kind of hang out.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then Saturday.
And physically recover from doing this, yes.
Yeah, it's always tough. It's like you got to get things done. You have to accomplish things, but then also your Saturday's just spent doing house stuff. I like house stuff, though. Every now and again.
Some days I enjoy house stuff. But big thanks to all our guests and whatnot. Real quick, want to say thank you to the 92.3 The Fan Street team for being out with us today. They always treat us well, always take care of us, so we appreciate that. I'm going to say the thank yous at the beginning for Mac Robinson, not on the board, yes. Jax Gregory on the board, yes. Jake Murrin on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube, yes. And Mackenzie Flume, who just totally blasted Andy Baskin at about 5:45 today.
Obliterated Baskin.
I mean, just
no
listen,
dip.
I gotta say, if I make you feel like an idiot sometimes, I can't help that. That happens. It's it's an occupational hazard.
Yeah.
When Mackenzie makes you feel like a dodo, that's a tough one to recover.
You guys are making me feel bad now.
Yeah, that felt mean. I didn't say that, Mackenzie. That was Nick.
No. What I mean is because she's so nice.
I am nice. Yeah, there we go.
You said that like a question, though, Mackenzie.
No, I was agreeing with you wholeheartedly.
All right, get back to Ash.
Hey, Mackenzie, what are you dressing up as for Halloween tonight?
Cameron Brink.
That's a good costume for you.
That's really good. I think that might be one of your superpowers.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Knowing what to dress up as at Halloween. If you can turn that into a financial thing, I would do that. Good response. All right.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if that was a question or not.
Well,
I don't think I can turn it into a financial thing. This was what I wore last year, so I'm just reusing.
That was Nick, not me.
I don't know if you know how questions work, but there's usually an inflection at the end of them where your kind of voice goes up. Do you know?
No.
All right.
Have a great Halloween there, Mackenzie. Enjoy your costume. Dynamite.
Yeah, you
too. Dynamite drop it.
Between Flume and Baskin today, we're really
understands how it works.
Setting those pins up and knocking them down. All right, let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, where we're going to start here. So earlier in the show, I told you that there's a Yamamoto song that is taking over the Dodgers world as they cling to hope and desperation with the Game 6 tonight in Toronto. It reminded me of the Colts guy that always makes the songs before the games. I like him. Now you need to hear it for yourself. This is the Yamamoto song, courtesy of Dodgers Reddit. Here we go.
1, 2, 3 Yamamoto Yoshinobu no monomane shiteru Moshinobu Yamamoto Yoshinobu no monomane shiteru Moshinobu Yamamoto Yoshinobu no monomane shiteru Moshinobu Yamamoto Yoshinobu no monomane shiteru Moshinobu
I love it. I love every bit of it.
All right. Can you explain that one more time for me?
No, that's it. That's just fans creating songs, and this one's going very viral. And the Dodgers have adopted it as their own little anthem of sorts. You know how like some teams, what was it, like the Blues a few years ago in hockey, they had that Gloria song that all of a sudden became like one of the songs that they just sung every single time that there was a win or something on the horizon. The Yamamoto song, every time Yamamoto is taking the mound, like he's doing tonight, is taking everyone by storm.
Does the audience sing it? Because that feels like it could get really problematic very quickly.
Everyone's involved. Everyone's involved.
I feel like some of our audience can sing it. I know I can't.
Oh, you can't sing that one?
I don't think I can sing it.
It's really catchy. Just listen to it a couple more times.
I also think I have the wrong timbre of voice. His voice is a little higher.
Yeah, but
if I took my deeper voice and tried to do it, I think it would add to the problematic nature of it.
It's got the K-pop vibes, and that's very popular these days, K-pop. Yeah.
Not as popular as K-pop Demon Hunters.
Oh my gosh, those things are so popular.
Yeah.
My niece is going as a K-pop Demon Hunter, and then I tried to get Charlotte to watch it the other day, and Charlotte was not a fan of what was happening on the television.
She'll
get there.
When she gets about 5.
Yeah, she'll get there. Yeah.
So my niecey, one of my youngest nieces is 5, and she just got into it like hardcore, and then as old as my 15-year-old is into it. So there's like a 10-year swing. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know how old it went to.
She says she's not, but she definitely will. It's like one of the movies she'll sit down and watch with her sisters, and then she won't complain about or walk up to a room and just listen to music.
I don't know how I'm going to do the game tonight because Yamamoto being on the mound, I'm just going to sing the song every time, and he goes complete games. That's like his calling card is going complete games now for 9 innings. I'm just going to be singing the Yamamoto song.
I give Elise till about the 5th inning until she leaves you. If you sing it,
I'm going to play it for her, and hopefully her reaction's closer to Max than yours.
What if you play it every time they say his name? It's like a drinking game. Every time they say his name, or he gets like a strikeout.
Well, you know how this is going to go. It's going to be like the 3rd inning or so, and then I'll be like, so you want to know what's going viral these days?
Yeah.
And she likes K-pop. So I'll be like, you want to hear this one? And then we'll look at Yamamoto on the mound, and then I'll play it for her, and then that'll be the end of that.
I think you got to have a Yamamoto drinking game. I think we're just stumbling upon something.
Hey, this thing keeps going, and I'm going to be buying Yamamoto jerseys.
I got nothing on in case you missed it. Really? If you missed 5 hours, we gave you a lot.
There's been a lot in today's show.
All right. If these 5 hours were not enough entertainment, why do I have to come up with another minute of something? Right? This is on you, dog. This was 5 stellar hours. Oh, I won't go there. We filled 5 hours today. There were some points. There were some highs. There were some lows.
There were some lows.
Yeah, there were some
highs,
things. There were more highs than lows, but the lows were very low.
They were low. We got really low. Like if we were doing the limbo, we could have cleared it. Like that line right there. We're only 45 seconds away.
No, I'm not going to say another thing.
Oh, really? That's what we're going to end on is the limbo line?
I'm not going to do that.
That's what we're going to give people?
Enjoy the bye week, guys.
There we go.
It has been a long season already. We got 9 games to go. Get outside. If there is sunlight, get some sunlight. We'll be back on Monday at 2. Big thanks again to the Harry Buffalo for having us out here. Big thanks to the staff again. Big thanks to Bud Light, JP. Fun stuff today.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend and enjoy hanging out with Daryl tomorrow.
I will hang out with Daryl tomorrow.
Yes, you will. You're going to have a good time. Real good time.
We'll see, because he's going to talk a lot. All right, guys. See you on Monday at 2, where we'll also talk a lot.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.